A young girl was sitting on a rock in front of a small lake. The sun shone brightly, warming and simply delighting with its appearance. Recently, it has become quite cloudy in Konoha. Clouds began to cover the sun more often, it rains periodically, which is why some residents joked and said that, they say, soon Konoha will have to be renamed into the second village of rain. The girl, who has light-colored hair, blue eyes and stripes, 3 on each cheek, enjoyed the long-awaited freedom. Yes, it was Naruto Uzumaki. Since childhood, she has been taken care of, looked after, and most often kept locked up at home. So the advisors told them to be bitten by Kyubi. By the way, about him. The nine-tailed demon fox, in the common people just Kyubi, has become an integral companion of the girl's life. At the age of 4, he revealed himself to a child. It was her mother, Uzumaki Kushina, who advised her to do this. Shortly before giving birth, she visited the fox, asking him to take care of her dear daughter. Kyubi, of course, was skeptical of such a statement, especially from a human, but the dark blue eyes that radiated pain, hopelessness, and an indomitable thirst to protect his child struck the demon. He promised. And he did it and still does it. Naruto remembers how she spoke to Kurama with a little fear, with what admiration she touched his fur for the first time. With what joy and screeching she climbed on top of him, laughing fervently for the first time in 4 years. And the fox just grinned good-naturedly, looking at how the girl lies down side by side and falls asleep. Perhaps he was glad of the promise he had made to her mother after all. However, the way the Biju bearer was brought up was incredibly angry. It is unknown how the elders in Danzo found out that the female representatives in the Uzumaki clan have an incredible gift. They can predict events when the possibility of something grandiose is coming or the lives of their loved ones depend on it, but it definitely did not please. A small child was placed in a normal 2-story and spacious house. A bunch of observers and nannies were assigned so that the girl understood that the village takes care of her. Yeah, well, he cares. Even Hokage has not seen so many guards, and here there is a horde of one poor Jinchuriki. The fox was angry, but stopped himself by saying that it could harm the baby. Kurama felt sorry for Uzumaki. First of all, the reason was in him. All the adult villagers knew about the fox and who he was sealed in, passing it on to their children. Secondly, the obedient kids treated the girl unkindly, calling her names and behaving the same way as the parents. The little child did not understand this attitude towards herself, and after the fox explained everything to her, Nara decided to stop chasing imaginary friends altogether. And why, if there is one furry friend? Thirdly, there was always security everywhere, so Naruto was never alone, but still felt lonely. No one made contact, so the development of speech, the study of techniques and knowledge about the world was broadcast by the tenant. Subsequently, Naruto stopped leaving the house altogether, transferring to home schooling. Fortunately, they not only allowed it, but also provided books. Jinchuriki herself gradually grew and developed, becoming much more independent than the elders expected. They gnawed their elbows, but they still could not subdue the girl. In the end, they fell behind, but they did not stop guarding. They knew the strength of the fox, so they allowed one to leave the house for an hour a day. And Naruto, of course, used it. Therefore, now the blue-eyed one calmly enjoyed the peace and quiet that this place gave. A light breeze played with her hair, and the sun warmed her pleasantly. She sat thoughtfully with her eyes closed, mentally communicating with Kurama. He again talked about his past adventures, however, with regret in his voice from the fact that he could not do it now. Suddenly the fox fell silent, hearing some unfamiliar footsteps 100 meters from this place. Even as a child, they agreed that Kyubi could see, smell and hear at her expense, and he, in turn, should spare no effort and chakras when necessary. The man's gait was unfamiliar, so the fox growled to the girl to open her eyes urgently and be on guard. Umbu appeared from behind a tree. The outburst of anger and readiness for battle cooled by almost half, but who knows, he just came or with an order to kill. Attempts have been, are and, for sure, will be. What can I do? Jinchuriki are treated like demons everywhere. And that doesn't seem to change. The Umbu itself did not take any action. He was just surprised that this place was found. A place where he was alone and enjoyed the silence. A place where he could be himself, not an iceberg. Uzumaki carefully looked at the guy, and she was sure that it was a male representative. For some reason, he did not inspire either horror, fear, or a desire to protect himself from him. This man is already lonely and unhappy. Who was she to try to do something against him? And it was on this note that she decided to approach him. The brunette, and it was perfectly visible by the color of his hair, in turn carefully examined the girl. She seemed strange, but somehow, native. He had not seen her before in the village, but subconsciously understood that she was a part of it. At first, it even seemed that the little girl was connected with the elders, whom he could not stand. But at the same time, the blonde seems vaguely familiar. Maybe when she gets closer, he'll remember her. Naruto-sama. A shout was heard from the other side of the clearing. The aforementioned turned around and made a little grimace. Yes, this is the most annoying nanny, Miho Renee. What is it, Miho-san? I'm walking, it's allowed, the girl said coldly when a woman who was breathing heavily reached her. After all, she was a little over 50, so not the age at which you can run so much. She frowned, folding her arms over her chest. You are being summoned. So hurry up, Miho replied smugly, proudly raising her head, causing her red curly hair to bounce. Naruto moaned resentfully, and why now? She looked with a little longing in the direction of Umbu, who, as it turned out, was no longer in place, then put her hands behind her back and hurried towards the residence. The advisors want something from her again. When will it end? The shinobi from the Umbu himself was lurking nearby at the beginning of the conversation, watching the new man. He knew this old lady, a nasty person, but the girl. She was definitely strange, but there was something familiar about her. The hand itself reached for the necklace in the form of a green oblong crystal. With his other hand, he took off the annoying mask, which had the symbols of a hawk bird on it. He looked again at the place where two female representatives had just stood, and Sharingan shone in his eyes. Exactly 2 days later, the young man again visited this clearing at the same time as the last time. However, it was unlucky, there was no girl. Not that it would upset him, but I would like to get to know her. However, with the little data available, he could already reason. Firstly, the little girl clearly knows where the Hokage residence is, so it's not the first day here. Secondly, he knows the nasty old lady Miho. And judging by how she managed to create disgust in a second and hide it in the direction of this person, she knows her enough. At first, Miho seemed to him, in a sense, nice and good. As it turned out, this was just a mask. The old lady herself is dismissive in her speech with a blonde, which means that they have known each other for a long time. Thirdly, the girl's name is Naruto. But Miho called her respectfully, Naruto-sama. Either she's from a good family, or she means something by herself. The first one definitely disappears by half. If she is from this village originally, then it is unlikely. There were times when he went to dinner parties with his father to woo children. A girl about his age, but he hadn't seen any blondes. Everywhere there were exclusively brown-haired or brunettes. And the second, who knows? But at such a young age, about 17 years old, if he was not mistaken, he was worth something. Yes, so that they respectfully addressed and called the council to visit. All this seems too suspicious. And the young man hopes that he will be able to meet the blonde again. Something she definitely catches. That's just what. After a dozen missions outside the village, after 2 weeks of taking out the brain to himself and tormenting himself about the girl, the dark-haired young man finally managed to see the aforementioned person. The brunette again came to the same lake, hoping that the blonde would be there. As it turned out, the girl was really sitting in the same place again as last time. However, the stranger looked more gloomy than then. And this could not but alert. Naruto was sitting facing him, her arms wrapped around her legs, like a cocoon into which she would not let anyone in. Her eyes were closed, her eyebrows were drawn together on the bridge of her nose, and her lower lip was bitten by the edge on the left side. She was wearing a bright orange kimono, complementing the image of a bright sun. Probably because of the color of her hair, the young man involuntarily compared her to the sun. And the aura around her was bright, soft, and kind. Perhaps that's why he became interested in her. Uzumaki herself again communicated with Kurama. They were trying to solve the problem, because of which she was then called. But today we will have to come back to them on the carpet. The advisors, especially lately, have gone completely nuts. Not only does the guard now not leave her even at the hour of the walk, but the house is guarded as if the daimyo lives there. Naru exhaled dejectedly, relaxing a little. If anything, Kurama will always support her and help her. The fox again heard the footsteps of that unknown Umbu. The girl opened her blue eyes, looking exactly in the direction where the brunette hid behind the trees. She watched for a long time, hoping that he would come out of his hiding place by himself. After about 5 minutes, it became clear that this should not be expected at all. Now the owner of blonde hair thanked Biju for the 100th time when he talked about training in the style of a silent spy. The blonde quietly and cautiously crept up to the unknown Umbu, coming very close to the tree. However, she did not have time to say or do anything, as kunai was put to her throat. Let go of kunai. I'm not your enemy, Naruto said. The young man was a little surprised. The little girl was not that she was not afraid, but she also spoke so calmly, as if cold weapons were not being held at her throat. However, the kunai was lowered, and Umbu himself appeared in front of the blonde a few meters away. Who are you? I haven't seen you before either in the village or here, the brunette replied coolly, still holding the kunai in his hands in case of an attack from the interlocutor. No wonder. The elders hid me. Do you even know them? Uzumaki answered, frowning slightly, mentally amazed at the guy's voice. He was unusual, low, but pleasant to the point of trembling at the knees. And if her ears did not fail, thanks to the same fox, then she could almost tell who was standing in front of her now. At least, the name of this Umbu. And Bushnik did not answer. He just shrugged his shoulders, turned around and began to move away. He wanted to check the girl's words, and even see if she would attack from behind. After all, they have been hated for a long time, they are trying to eradicate them, break them, but everyone is afraid that they will not be able to. But they could have sent her to this very place to meet him, pray. In appearance, an ordinary girl, but in fact a shinobi, indulging the orders of the top. He hates them. Because of them, his brother. You're Sasuke-kun, right? Asks a question for show to Naru, not suspecting how the situation might turn out in the next second. Umbu freezes, and then disappears altogether. Neither she nor Kurama feel his presence, but the next moment the blonde is pinned to the ground, and a weapon appears at her throat again, only this time a katana. Who are you? No one can know Umbu's names except Hokage and the top. Do you work for them? Murder? Blackmail? A love spell? The alleged Sasuke-kun growled angrily. None of the above. You have a beautiful voice, as well as blue-black hair, some of which stick out from behind. I can listen and hear. And it's not a problem to compare some facts, the alleged spy smiled kindly. So did I guess or not? Although, if you don't want to talk, I'll just call you Taka, which means hawk. Did I make out the symbols on your mask correctly? Discouraged by the unexpected turn of events, Umbu quickly pulls away from the blue-eyed one, and soon disappears altogether, as if he never existed. Uzumaki herself looks in surprise at the place where her new acquaintance has just been. There was still something about him that was alarming, but at the same time it pulled. Some unprecedented force that attracted her to this mysterious guy. Don't be disappointed, Naru. And don't get attached, otherwise in the end reality may seem too cruel, Kurama growled inside, mentally contacting his mistress. But I'm attracted to him for some reason. What else can I do? Softly laments the daughter of the previous Jinchurika. And then, next to him, you feel security, confidence in the future. Even though he himself is in vague feelings now, I feel that we will meet more than once. Have it your way, Naruto. Just be careful. It seems familiar to me, at least a chakra. Perhaps I met with his relatives before, the fox muttered, then cut off the communication channel, slowly departing to the realm of dreams. Jinchuriki Kubi herself smiled at this, turned around and walked towards her habitat. She couldn't call that place home, it was too cold and uncomfortable. Probably if my parents had survived. She would probably be happy. Running past the surprised mother and father, Umbu in a mask with the outlines of a hawk burst into his room, closing the door tightly behind him. His breathing was knocked out, as if he had run a long cross. Hurried footsteps were heard, which stopped in front of his door. Having overcome the desire to roll his eyes, the guy tuned into the conversation, trying to make sure that no one understood how excited and confused he was. Son, are you all right? Mother asked, trying to open the door. Her husband was standing next to her, frowning. Son, did something happen in Umbu? Was it my imagination, or are you worried? His father's calm voice, with concealed notes of concern, sounded like thunder in the middle of a clear sky. It's okay, Mom, Dad. I'm going to take a nap, I'm tired of running on frequent missions, the guy replied, making the timbre of his voice as imperturbable as possible. I see. Then I'll wake you up for dinner, Sasuke, Mikoto sang, cheering up, returning to the kitchen. The presence of the father was still felt, so the above-mentioned tried not to give himself away. Is there anything else you wanted, father? Don't forget, Fugaku said softly, also returning to the kitchen. Sasuke froze. Just 2 words, but there are so many emotions inside, such a whirlpool of feelings that the brunette did not know what to do. He just calmed down after meeting with Naruto-sama, and then his father finishes off. Why him? Just because he was entrusted with something more than expected? Just because Itachi had to do all this? He loved and hated his older brother. He loved him, because he was always there, helping in any situation. Trained and taught the art of ninja. Let him not always fulfill his promises, but he was closer than his parents or other members of the Uchiha clan. But he hated him because he left them, leaving him, Sasuke, to the mercy of fate. The father immediately calmed down, deciding to suspend the coup in the village until he, his youngest son, grows up, becomes a magnificent shinobi, the same Umbu, after all. He loved and hated his parents. He loved his mother, who loves him so tenderly and cares for him. But he hates that he does not see or pretends that he does not see what has been shifted to his fragile shoulders. He loves his father, who, after the departure of the older offspring, took up the training of the younger one. But he hated it, because he made a killing machine out of it. Even though he is in Umbu, where feelings are not needed by anyone, Sasuke still knows how to feel, empathize when someone dies, cheer up when someone fails, do good deeds by helping the villagers, whom he still loves. Let no one know this reverse side of him, but he is what he is. On ordinary days, Sasuke-kun is a bastard. On working days, like Umbu, he is both a meat grinder machine and just an ordinary person who allows at least some manifestations of emotions, while no one from the family sees. Probably that's why he was touched by the words of Naruto, whom he sees only for the second time, although it seems as if he has known all his life. Taking off his Umbu uniform, the guy sat down on a futon, so that he could lie on it at all, looking at the ceiling. His hand involuntarily reached out again to the necklace hanging around his neck. It was a precious memory from a distant childhood. They gave it to me the same day my brother left them. He no longer remembers exactly who and why he was given it, but from that day he keeps it under his heart, as if feeling the presence of this person who helped him in a difficult moment. I wonder where he is now. Uzumaki sneezed. God forbid I caught a cold. They'll bite you. They say, Jinchuriki, you have to take care of yourself, otherwise suddenly the enemy, and you have dissolved your snot to the floor, and the like. No, I didn't want that. Although it was cool today. And this is despite the fact that it is the middle of July. What kind of weather has become today? But rage or not, you'll have to go to the elders again. Tonight they invited her to their carpet again. And they will look again as if they are in a zoo and saw an unknown animal. And this time Danzo also joined. And this man, although it was difficult to call him such, the girl hated most of all. After all, it was he who somehow found out about her ability, transmitted through the maternal line to her daughters. It was Danzo who insisted on moving her to a separate house, hiding her from other people, taking care of her so well, in order to make her an obedient puppet later. However, it did not work out. Kurama intervened, so there is no puppet theater and there will not be. But nevertheless, the advisors did not become particularly upset. After all, even without proper control, you can always call to yourself and achieve at least some vision by any means. And then from this and dance. But no matter how much they tried, they could not find out anything about the future. The girl either played her role perfectly, or really couldn't do anything. And most of all they were upset by the second factor. After all, if this is the case, they will no longer need it. So, Naruto-chan, have you seen anything in 2 weeks? Utatane Koharu asked with a nasty and deceitful smile on her face, exchanging glances with Mitokata Hamura. He just frowned at the girl, almost burning her with his gaze. No. I didn't see anything, no matter how much I tried, Naruto replied coolly, hiding the fact that she didn't even try. And to be even more honest, she just didn't know what it took. This is bad, Naruto-chan, Shimura's raspy voice was heard. One-eyed squinted incredulously at the blonde. You do realize that if we don't get anything out of you, we'll get rid of you, right? Oh, have almost 18 years been wasted? We took care of you so much, treated you so tenderly, and you treated us so much. Fake upset, Koharu sighed sadly. The Uchiha are planning something, but we can't prove anything. Their son obeys only Tsunade, and ignores us purely. It's not good, Hamura said, shaking his head. I'm trying, but maybe I just didn't get my mother's gift, Uzumaki replied with a shrug, bowed and left the room. However, she pretended to leave, recreating the sounds of footsteps and the retreating chakra. She felt threatened by Danzo. This old man is not as simple as he seems. What are we going to do with her, Danzo? Utatane grumbled with displeasure, sipping slightly cooled tea from a mug. Let's wait for her 18th birthday. It is possible that this will be the turning point when the gift is revealed. If not, we'll get rid of her, and seal the nine-tailed one in another child. The bandaged old man voiced his thoughts. Are you sure she won't find out about such plans? What if he releases Kyubi and sends this damn demon on us? Mitokado asks warily, glancing at the man with displeasure. She's just as stupid as her parents. Kushina was just a jerk without a king in her head, and Minato, although he pretended to be an important yondaime and an intellectual man, unfortunately, he was not. Otherwise, he would have been able to stop the raging Kyubi, who escaped from the vessel, in another way. And so he died, dragging his wife with him, condemning his daughter to such a miserable existence. The grin was felt from Shimura's side. Naruto clenched her teeth to keep from growling. Oh, that old fart. But we are also to blame. Help was sent at the wrong time. So, perhaps, they would be alive, the woman protested contritely. Maybe, maybe not. It is easier to manage a child when there are no interfering factors. You mean, the advisor began, discouraged, realizing that he could no longer utter a word. That I'm involved in making it happen like this? Of course, Danzo said smugly. Uzumaki disappeared from the place of eavesdropping. She couldn't believe that she was still left without parents because of Konoha. Through the fault of the advisors. It's Shimura Danzo's fault. Anger boiled inside, to which hatred from Kyubi was added. She needs to calm down urgently, otherwise she will release Kurama and blow this village to hell. Arriving back from the mission to Konoha, which he left 2 days ago, Sasuke felt some strange chakra, so sinister that for a moment his legs almost gave way. Turning on the Sharingan, the guy reviewed the area, trying to determine where such a surge of negative chakra came from. He noticed him almost at the other end of the village. Without wasting a second, Uchiha ran to the very place. However, it was worth overcoming almost half of the way, as the splash went out, which means that either they had already eliminated it, or someone or something calmed down. But it's still worth checking. Is he Umbu or who? Arriving at the place, which turned out to be an abandoned, old and overgrown landfill just above the knee, the brunette saw no one. And it was weird. A few minutes ago, a terrible force was raging here, but now nothing. And it couldn't help but excite. Putting his hands on his sides, the owner of the Sharingan once again looked around, trying to find at least something. Nothing. But he was interested in it, so he will be watching. In the meantime, it's worth visiting one place. Maybe he'll meet Naruto again. Having left for the destination, the guy could no longer see Uzumaki coming out from behind the tree, breathing heavily. You almost got burned, you fool, Kyubi growled, moving one of the 9 tails from side to side in displeasure. I'm sorry. I couldn't stand it. First they press, then that overheard conversation, then surveillance even to the toilet, and now they also say to stay away from the Uchiha clan, the girl complained, falling to the ground. Her legs couldn't hold her. Yes, yes. I myself would advise you to stay away from them, because do you remember what I told you about them? Kurama said more calmly. Yes, that it was one of them who subdued you on that ill-fated night. If Danzo was from Uchi, she replied that he had arranged it all. And so he just did not provide help to my parents. How he, however, loves his village, the blonde muttered indignantly, pulling her legs towards her, wrapping her arms around them. Don't be sad and don't cry, Naru. Someday they will pay, I will personally crush them, Biju said, calming his carrier. Thank you for not letting me fade away, coup, Uzumaki smiled tiredly but sincerely, getting up from the ground and brushing off her kimono. Perhaps I'd rather stay at home today. I don't want to see anyone. I promised your mother that I would protect you. And I will do it, whatever it takes, Kurama thought before closing his eyes and falling asleep. I would like the girl to spend the night without nightmares today. Frustrated, Sasuke returned home. Naruto wasn't in the clearing today. He thought that he would be able to see her again, that he would allow her to call him by his first name when they were alone. That he would be able to look into the girl's blue eyes again, which were like a clear sky or an azure expanse of water. So pure, immaculate, sincere. Probably, all this was not enough for the inhabitants of this village. Honesty, selflessness, kindness. The list can be continued indefinitely, but there is absolutely no sense from this. Maybe the village hidden in the foliage will never be the same. The lived and forgotten years were written in history books, which Uchiha Jr. loved to read as a child. Learning something new about my village, where I was born, was informative and interesting. But Konoha, who is now, is no longer the same. The third one gradually lost its authority, which caused the crisis to grow. Now the post of Hokage has been taken by Tsunade Senju, the granddaughter of the first. An explosive woman, with an indescribable firm character, who loves to drink and play for money. Well, at least until she took up this position. When she took over the post of Godame, few believed that a woman could manage the village well. Even the granddaughter of the first, even the best ninja medic, the probability that the village would return to its status quo was small. However, for some 6 months, Tsunade raised everything possible that was possible. It was then that the residents began to respect the new Hokage. That's when some whispering started in the clan. Sasuke, when he was still 13, already had a good brain and was able to analyze situations. And after 5 years of training with his father, who said that one day his participation in some plan would play a major key role, and even more so. Even then, the teenager began to understand that something was happening to the clan. It wasn't hard to suppress your chakra and eavesdrop on your parents' conversation. A coup in the village is a terrible phrase that does not promise anything good. Even then, Uchiha Jr. began to understand what he could expect in the future. As it turned out, I did not lose. At 16, as soon as he became one of the Umbu, especially the captain, his father initiated him into the plan. He gained strength, courage and will, and at the celebration of the 18th anniversary of the victory over the Kyubi, the clan begins to act. It's a little early now and next year. Sasuke was once again convinced that all this would turn into a bloody battle. From that day on, the guy just existed, trusting only the Hokage. She herself saw that something was wrong in the Uchi clan. And the young man, who clearly did not seek to kill his own, was easy to split. So Godame has known for a year and a half about what is planned for the middle of autumn. In secret from the advisors, they worked out possible options for contracts and consequences, and also asked everyone to train so as not to lose face if they suddenly could not agree on a peaceful existence. They assumed the worst that could happen. And Sasuke has already despaired that he is unlikely to meet another bright soul in the village. And when he just thought about it, he met Naruto in that clearing. Uchiha saw the sun, which will not be eclipsed by any clouds or random bloodstains. The girl embodies the same gone warmth that once disappeared from his life. Probably, it is because of her that I want to prevent the whole plan of my father and the clan in order to live, with such a son nearby. The main thing is that it does not go out, and the rest seems like nothing. He was standing in front of the Hokage's desk again. Tsunade bit her thumbnail, desperately thinking about something. Her eyes darted over the text of the paper. With a hiss, she looked at the amba in the hawk mask, indicating with a glance that she could take it off. Sasuke stood silently, waiting for the moment when it would be possible to discuss matters that do not require delay. However, there was one question that gnawed at him from the inside. "Hokage-sama, may I ask?" The owner of blue-black hair gave voice. Tsunade frowned. The guy had never started a conversation before, and then decided to start. It was stressful. "Yes, and it is possible without familiarity. Do you know a girl named Naruto?" The brunette asked, after which he internally shrank into a ball. It was unpleasant to be under such a gaze of the head of the village. "God, what is it again?" Senju sighed dejectedly, and on a raised eyebrow, she explained, "Did the elders order something again? Or did she do something? Although no, the second is unlikely. So why are you interested?" "I saw her several times, talked a little." "About what?" The brown eyes narrowed. "I haven't seen her before, so in our first conversation I suspected her of being a spy, especially since she found out my name." Uchiha shrugged, and then almost jumped when the blonde laughed. "Nothing surprising. She has a good brain, and even took after her mother. It's a pity that only the color of his hair and eyes are from his father," the Hokage replied sadly, looking somewhere into the sky. "Where are her parents?" "No matter how much I tried to find out, she always walks alone. Once I saw the old woman Miho, who came for her. She's an orphan." "But Miho?" "Oh, this Renee will drive her, I'll bet. Surely these damned old people are involved in this. Damn them." The woman spoke angrily, slowly calming down. "I will have one more request for you, Sasuke." "Which one?" "Keep your eyes on Naruto. I feel that the top is up to something, especially one bandaged man, Danzo. I understand that, in addition to missions, you also have to spy on the clan, but I ask you, if you want, I will order you, but keep an eye on Naruto. I knew her parents, and I'm sorry I didn't know about the baby. I don't want the fruit of their love to suffer at the hands of intruders." Godame finished her speech seriously, after which she took papers and a separate notebook, in which she wrote down everything that concerned the Uchi. Sasuke himself did not answer anything, only silently agreed with what he planned to do anyway. Naru attracted him like a girl, like the sun among the curtains of darkness. And he won't let her disappear so easily. Naruto was in mixed feelings. Firstly, she was attracted to Sasuke. It's been a month since they started meeting almost every day in the very place where it all started. They talked. Uchiha showed her several self-defense techniques. After all, a fox who could only quote a theory is nothing compared to a real teacher. Also, the owner of the Sharingan talked about distant countries that he visited on missions. Blue eyes lit up with genuine interest, which flattered the guy a little. Secondly, she had an uneasy feeling. Like something's going to happen soon. And this something may not please her. Kurama calmed her down, saying that he would always protect her. She had nothing to worry about. Although, in fact, I also felt a strange anxiety. The fox did not understand the origin of this feeling, but tried not to show the hostess that something was wrong. Thirdly, the advisors have not called her for more than 2 weeks. And this, too, could not fail to excite. They're up to something, definitely. But what exactly remains to be found out? After all, it was just today that they called her to them. And this is after so many free days. Plus, the weather has finally deteriorated today. It has been raining since morning. Fortunately, it is not there now. But the clouds remained as they were. So, there is a possibility that it may go again. In the meantime, it's worth hurrying to the elders. Sasuke was accountable for his team, as both the leader and the only one who did not have wounds. 1 was killed, 2 escaped with only shallow scratches, 2 more were seriously injured, but nothing threatened their lives. At least it made me happy. However, it was a pity for the swallow who died. He was a great comrade who always covered the backs of his comrades. However, this time he was unlucky. The enemy's kunai pierced not only close to the heart, but was also with poison. He did not die immediately, but by the end of the massacre. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't know which team to send, as the mission was very difficult and there was a chance that they would meet Akatsuki. According to Uchiha, they met with a puppeteer, Akasuna Sasori, and a pyrotechnist, Tsukuri Deidara. The first one killed their comrade, but they were able to cope with him, albeit with difficulty. As for the second one, he lost his memory, so he was taken to Konoha. We need to give it to the Yamanaks, let them check if there is any block, and then you never know, suddenly remembers. That's it. Uchiha finished his report without taking his eyes off the Hokage. Great, Tsunade said with relief. Her brown eyes darted from side to side, as if they did not dare to stop at one thing. Sasuke frowned slightly. He did not like this behavior of the ruler of the village, hidden in the foliage. The woman sighed, leaning back in her chair. I have news, I don't even know where to start. Good or bad? The owner of the Sharingan asked, but having reasoned sensibly that such behavior does not become from good news, the guy sighed, mentally preparing for the worst. Is there something wrong with the clan? Or is the problem something else? Another problem, but no less serious. Understand. What do you know about Kyubi? Hokage said, straightening her back again and crossing her fingers in front of her. Kyubi? About the Nine Tails? Sasuke asked, and after receiving a nod in return, he thought for a while, remembering everything his father had once told him. He attacked almost 18 years ago. Then many villagers died, including shinobi. He was stopped by the fourth, who sacrificed his life and sealed him into the body of a child. That's probably all I know. Oh, yes, this child is about the same age as me now. In general, you're right. However, have you ever had a question, why and where did the child end up there? How did the Kubi come out of the former Jinchuriki? And why? Senju continued her questioning in a serious tone, her eyes flashing. The guy is smart, so he can always compare the facts. They arose a long time ago, but I forgot about them. And now? Kyubi is a very strong Biju, it is impossible to subdue him so easily, and even more so to tear him out of the former Jinchuriki. And the child? Honestly, I don't know. But why all this? Asked the youngest son of the head of the Uchi clan. He really didn't understand what this whole conversation was about. But he was clearly aware that he would not like the result. I see. You don't understand. Okay, I'll tell you something. Biju has a chance to break free on his own in 3 cases. The first is when he deceives his master, forcing him to remove the seal without a key. The second is when they, Jinchuriki and Biju, unite with each other, creating strong bonds, so that demons can leave the body of the carrier almost at any time without causing harm. The third case occurs when the carrier is a female representative. Do you understand what I'm getting at? Childbirth? Still puzzled about the topic of conversation, Uchiha Jr. suggested. That's right. All the Jinchuriki Kubi were representatives of the feminine principle. Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, sealed him in a battle with Uchiha Madara. Uzumaki specialize in seal techniques, so they can easily seal any monster. The second carrier was Uzumaki Kushina, the wife of the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. On the baby's birthday, the fourth kept Kyubi in print while Jinchuriki was giving birth. But the child managed to take only a few breaths before they were attacked. A certain masked man subdued the nine-tailed one, after which he tore it out of the seal, releasing it. The fourth saved his child and wife. After defeating the opponent, Yondaime decided to seal him in his child, after which he died together with the former Jinchuriki. I don't have any more detailed information, I was told it by the current Biju carrier. I see. However, I don't understand why all this conversation. Uchiha said in bewilderment, looking directly at the Hokage. You really don't understand? As I understand it, you and Naru have hidden your surnames, right? A positive nod. Sasuke didn't want Naruto to know his last name for one simple reason: she could have gone against him without knowing the real one. Stupid, naive, but I wanted to do just that. And her. Uchiha never thought about her last name, and it was enough for him that they sometimes spent time together. However, his thoughts were interrupted again by Tsunade. You know. The current Jinchuriki told me that Kyubi was subdued by someone with the same eyes as you. Do you catch what an unconscious concealment of this fact can lead to? Sasuke understood. If he was familiar with the bearer of the Biju, who was clearly angry at the Uchiha clan as a whole, despising each of this clan, it is clear that it is better not to cross paths and not to start something other than friendship, even an elementary acquaintance. If he were the demon master, he would have done the same. But I still don't get the gist of the conversation, Sasuke replied impatiently, glancing at his watch. Very soon there will be the beginning of an hour-long walk with Naruto. I wouldn't want to be late. Quite recently, someone checked all the lists of our umbu, both the root and those who report to me personally. The elders have probably already checked everything they could find. And report to the Jinchuriki about who you are. But we girls are very vulnerable, so be not only careful in choosing words, but also careful. An angry girl plus a demon is a very dangerous cocktail. Don't you think so? Senju finished cheerfully, tipping her back onto the back of the chair. And at the uncomprehending look of the black eyes, the woman laughed and added, very quietly, as if the following words should have reached only him. Uzumaki Naruto. For a few seconds the black eyes stared with incomprehension, then with undisguised amusement, but after a few more moments they seemed to glaze over. Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki. He didn't know anyone in this village with the same surname. And in their conversation, the same was said only once. The second carrier was Uzumaki Kushina, the wife of the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. On the birthday of the baby, the fourth kept Kyubi in print while Jinchuriki was giving birth. Sasuke felt sick. The abundance of information hit the brains well, bringing disappointing conclusions. Naruto Uzumaki, Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed. That's why he never saw her. That's why she went to the elders. That's why she hid her last name, although hardly anyone was aware of whose child she was. That's why she was so aggressive the first time they met. She was probably watched by people from the umbu, and then he suddenly comes to a clearing about which few people know. And another thought appeared in my head, which made it even worse. Was it not submission that Kyubi still intended to create a clan in order to use it to destroy Konoha and gain power? Nausea was rising in my throat. But it's not for nothing that he's umbu, hiding all his feelings. Therefore, swallowing the lump that had risen, Uchiha only bowed silently, disappearing from the Hokage's office. We need to make sure that Naruto doesn't find out about it herself. Just not from outsiders. He'd rather tell you himself than someone else, adding something extra to it. And Tsunade turned on her chair to face the window, looking into the distance. The sky was overcast. Something is definitely going to happen today. The weather sets up for disappointing news. Maybe you should have broken the template earlier? However, the guy is smart, probably that's exactly what Naruto would do. I would like to, Hokage sighed wearily, closing her eyes. Some changes are coming. She has a bad feeling. Naruto was anxious. No, not even that. She was scared. She didn't know why. Her intuition had never failed her before. The fox, even though he assured that everything was fine, but clearly he felt something himself. They are as one, what one feels, the other will feel. And so it has been since childhood. Yes, and the weather. Clearly some kind of warning. Maybe it's better for her not to go for a walk today. But then she won't meet Sasuke-kun. Not that he's going to be upset for sure, but still. Somehow it would look like a pig if she didn't at least come and tell him about it directly. Naruto sighed heavily. And what is it with her? From the very morning, my head just splits, my stomach sometimes twists so that I want to howl from the terrible pain. It's good that kurama immediately cuts through and heals, thereby reducing the pain that came from nowhere. The fox is strangely quiet after all this, but stubbornly silent, no matter how much Naru tries to call. When there was nothing left to the right room, Uzumaki bent forward, as if she had been well hit in the stomach, and then squatted down at all, holding her head. The pain was almost hellish, and a terrible picture appeared before my eyes, a sea of blood both near the residence and on every street of the village of List. And on the very roof of the main building there was a man dressed in an umbu uniform. The only thing that glowed in the pitch darkness, except for rivers of blood, were the same scarlet eyes, in which 3 commas burned. The pain receded instantly, as if it had never happened at all. The Biju carrier was trying to catch her breath, and so far it turned out well. What the hell was that? A thought flashed through the girl's head. But the blonde did not have time to think about it carefully. She finally reached the door leading to the small living room where the elders and Danzo were sitting and are sitting. All 3 old men somehow strangely sparkled with their eyes, which Naru immediately realized that she was not expecting the most pleasant news. Good afternoon, Naru-chan. I greeted Koharu for everyone. The girl remained standing near the door, as she felt relatively safe there. Good afternoon. Did you want to see me? Of course. We gave you a short break, and now we ask the same thing again. Did you have a vision? Hamura asked, calmly sipping tea from his mug. Naruto thought about it, to tell the truth and then you'll turn away from them, or to lie so that you can escape from them later? No, there's no need to think about it. She herself didn't know if it was a vision or just someone's illusion. Therefore, she only shook her head, denying the fact of a possible divination. The elders frowned, and Danzo sat as if nothing had happened, as if he didn't care at all. By the way, we have seen you with Umbu several times. It's true? Shimuro suddenly spoke up. Uzumaki frowned. This old stump is clearly up to something, because he asks for a reason. Yes. But I thought it was you who sent him to me, so I didn't think to avoid him, Naru replied phlegmatically, shrugging her shoulders. No. We didn't send him to you, and that's why we made inquiries. Mitokado threw a folder on the table, in which, as expected, information about the unknown Umbu is stored. Why do I need it? Jinchuriki asked, slowly approaching and, picking up, only drilled the documents with her eyes. You know that Kyubi was controlled then, right? And none other than one of the Uchiha clan. And now open it and take a look. The slightly raspy voice of the bandaged man was heard again. Kurama mentally warned the girl not to commit rash acts, as well as maintain sobriety of mind and external indifference. Don't fall for the tricks of all sorts of freaks. Mentally thanking for the support, the blonde slowly opened the folder to immediately restrain herself and not blush. In front of her was a photograph, obviously recent, which depicted an unknown Umbu with the name Sasuke-kun. Blue-black hair framing the whole face, black eyes, pulling into their depths, regular and aristocratically beautiful facial features. Just perfect. But it was worth looking at the column, surname and first name, as Uzumaki seemed that the world was slowly but surely disappearing from under his feet. That's how the whole idea of the ideal collapses. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke sneezed and wondered if someone was remembering him, or if there was a chance of a cold. Well, no, I didn't want to get sick at all. And that's why Uchiha rejected this idea. Now he was thinking about how to correctly and accurately present the information that he not only knows her secret, but is also a clansman of that scumbag who attacked the village 18 years ago. The plan was outrageously simple: to lift the mood, slowly jump to a conversation about the fox, and then carefully ask about him and what would happen when she met someone from the Uchi. Yes, for some reason now, approaching the clearing, the plan seems completely delusional. And Sasuke doesn't even know. Will Naruto believe him, or will he finally turn away from him? The guy even dropped into the Yamanaka flower shop, buying a bouquet of flowers, snowdrop, anthurium, yellow tulip, a branch of hawthorn and oak. Not a bad combination, isn't it? The main thing is that with some subtext. However, the guy did not count on forgiveness. Subconsciously, he still understood that for hiding his last name, and I don't care that they, in general, didn't really introduce themselves to each other, they wouldn't pat him on the head. And yet, Sasuke hoped that Naru would listen to him first and then think about the whole situation. Naruto wandered in a roundabout way to the clearing, where in the last month she sometimes met with one of the Umbu. And now that the identity of this very Umbu has become known, Uzumaki thought 100 times before she decided to come anyway. It is possible that this is just a skillful move by the elders, who decided to cut off a small connection between them. After all, how do you know who is really under the mask of a hawk? The fox muttered softly in the corners of the girl's subconscious, just in case, warning that reality might seem cruel. But it is better, of course, to check the information of the elders. After all, if it's not him, then you can breathe easier. However, both the Kubi and its bearer did not have the best forebodings. When there was only a little bit left to the clearing, Kurama notified that the owner of the familiar chakra was already there. Naru swallowed, trying to shake off the tension. However, no matter how you look at it, nothing came out. Therefore, the girl sighed deeply, coming out from behind the tree to meet her fate. Sasuke sensed her presence almost as soon as she approached the clearing. However, when she came out from behind the trees, the girl was not smiling as she had done before. She didn't have that sunny and wide smile on her lips, which means that her mood has disappeared somewhere. However, there were some thoughts that made it scary. Uchiha was afraid that she had already learned his identity from the top, who, for sure, checked the archives. Who would have thought that they would do such a dirty trick? And the guy didn't even know what to do. On the one hand, she knows who he is, so Naruto is clearly in turmoil. With another, should I get angry at him, calling the fox on his soul? Meanwhile, the girl almost reached the male representative, who was stubbornly thinking about something. The image of the guy in the photo kept popping up in my head. Is it really true? Are Uchiha and Umbu in a hawk mask the same person? My heart trembled, but I believed that everything would be fine. My mind was in hysterics, hoping that this was just some kind of council game. That there is actually a completely different person under the mask. Hello, Naruto, the guy's voice was heard from under the mask, the sound of which made Uzumaki's knees tremble. But she quickly recovered, trying not to show that she was a little uncomfortable. Are you okay? Yes, everything is fine, the blonde tried to smile, but some kind of sad smile came out. This young man is attentive to every detail, which means that he cannot be deceived. There was a rumble somewhere in the distance. Uchiha turned his head slightly in the direction from which the sound came. The black eyes narrowed, almost angrily looking at the formed cloud that appeared somewhere far away and spreading across the entire sky. Uchiha turned back and blinked in surprise when he saw Uzumaki stretch out her hand to his mask. Why? Sasuke's quiet voice is heard, not looking up straight into blue eyes. And Naruto could swear that she felt the burning gaze of the eyes looking at her through this piece of wood. I want, the Kubi carrier responded without stopping her hand, and then she lifted the second one at all so that the mask would not suddenly pop out of one. Sasuke did not resist, and why? Because Naruto probably already told and showed everything, saying a couple of completely false and unnecessary words. The girl, seeing how the guy is not even going to stop her, is wary. Why? Quietly, on the verge of an impossible guess, the question is asked again between them. So it is necessary, the brunette answers, clenching his teeth almost to the point of gnashing. The girl's hands freeze for a while, and then they reach for the mask again. Uzumaki involuntarily shudders, touching the piece of wood, and then slowly begins to take it off. Her hands tremble treacherously, her palms sweat, and the blonde herself breathes every other time. The guy's eyes close from unexpected fear, but immediately open again. If we accept the cruel reality, then only with a direct look at everything. The girl, clutching the umbu mask to herself, looks at the guy in amazement, and then completely falls into the captivity of black, like darkness, eyes. Uzumaki was in conflicting feelings, again. On the one hand, the guy is really handsome, so his popularity is justified. On the other hand, he is from the Uchiha clan, which once, 18 years ago, did the irreparable, subjugating Kubi, thereby depriving her parents of life. After all, if not for their persecution of something not so important. Naruto felt a tear trickle down, and because of the wind blowing, her cheeks began to freeze. The tracks did not disappear in any way, as the salty liquid flowed and flowed from the eyes. And only after a few seconds, the girl felt that someone was gently erasing them. The gaze of the blue eyes shot up, again fixing his gaze into the black, like an impenetrable abyss, eyes. Sasuke carefully, so as not to injure the delicate skin of the blonde from the claws of the umbu gloves, held his cheek, wiping away the tears that had been shed because of him. He was already 100% sure that the elders had managed to provide her with something. How else would you explain her reaction to his face? Why? Naruto muttered softly, not addressing the guy specifically. Uchiha didn't quite understand the question. Why Uchiha? Why him? Or why was that attack by someone from his clan? There are no specifics, but the young girl demanded an answer. And what can he tell her? That everything is for the sake of power in Konoha? Power, the dark-haired man replied briefly and somehow dully. Uzumaki started up. Of course, how could she forget the elder's words? Power is what the Uchiha strive for. And, probably, he was sent to her to lure her to his side, to be for them, to win against the rest of the inhabitants of the village of List. The fox inside was indignant. Why hadn't his mistress released him yet and killed the traitor? If only. Kurama refused to understand this, but no matter how much he thought, in the end certain thoughts formed a logical chain, which made Biju frown more and more. No, he will never understand the logic of people after all. Whether they are demons or not. Naruto was still looking into the slate-black eyes, and her heart was pounding inside. Uzumaki only realized a minute later that she was obscenely devouring the guy with her eyes, but he didn't seem to mind much. And only after a couple more seconds it dawned on her that she was still an Uchiha, and it was better not to look into the eyes of such as them. The girl abruptly lowered her head down, and then completely turned around and ran away, leaving the bewildered guy alone. Umbu's mask was left lying on the ground. Uchiha himself looked after her until Jinchuriki finally disappeared behind the trees. And then, when he woke up from his stupor, the guy realized that he was holding his hand outstretched, as if he wanted to stop her. But why? She is an ordinary girl, with a small minus inside, so why did she become an unimaginably important person in life for some ill-fated month? Maybe he's sick. Or can't love be called a disease? Naruto quickly ran into her haven, where she lived for almost 18 years, retiring to her room. The girl was trying to catch her breath from running fast, taking several deep breaths. When the heartbeat and breathing returned to normal, the blonde walked straight to the window, inhaling the cool air. The clouds were still in the sky, the thunder was heard clearer and more often. It's going to rain. Naru sank to the floor, leaning back against the wall, covering her eyes. It's been a crazy day. First some strange shots, then the elders and Sasuke, who turned out to be one of the Uchi. If the first two could just be thrown out of my head, then the last one. It's a little heavy. Suddenly, my head ached again, as it did then, in front of the council office. The blue eyes looked at the rivers of blood again, only this time there was less of it. Somewhere a fire was blazing, somewhere cries for help could still be heard. Naruto winced. She didn't like to hear or see it. The same unknown Umbu is standing with his back to her again, only now his sword is stained with blood, and he is holding someone's head in his hand. He turns around and again those blood-red eyes with commas. But the face is still hidden by the shadow. I'm sorry, Naru. Uzumaki hears these two words before the world has darkened again, and she herself has escaped from this nightmare, desperately swallowing the evening air. She must have fallen asleep. However, cats are scratching at the soul. Maybe she shouldn't have reacted that way to this particular Uchiha. He doesn't seem so bad. Naruto, are you sure he won't hurt you? The fox's voice was heard. Kurama, as promised, is just trying to shield his mistress from betrayal and pain. I don't know the answer to your question yet, Uzumaki replied dully, crawling under the blanket. She was pretty cold while she was casually sleeping. Just remember, I'm always on your side, the nine-tailed whispered softly, breaking off the mental contact. The girl just smiled. Now she needs to get enough sleep to think about everything she learned today with a sober and clear head. The news is shocking, but since she didn't immediately rescue Kyubi to attack the guy, it means something. Perhaps the blue-eyed one will soon find out about everything. And the foxes just grin, sitting comfortably on the pillows inside the open cage. If he doesn't live up to your trust, I will, even without your consent, trample him on the ground along with the cursed clan. Sasuke collapsed on the futon. It seemed to him that the whole conversation had drained him of all his strength. He hadn't been this depressed in a long time. Or rather, never. Uchiha could not even think that the conversation would be like this, morally tedious. There is such a thing. A really crazy day. First, his father called him for a conversation, during which it became known that the clan had gone crazy. There is only nothing left, some 2 months, and the Uchiha will rise. He himself does not need this power to hell, but here. In other things, if Sasuke correctly learned to read even the most insignificant and almost invisible gestures and facial expressions of people, then almost half of the clan is against this bloodshed. But who in their right mind will go against the clan, or they will easily accuse you of betrayal? Even if it's a brother, sister, or son. Of course, no one. Then the fifth threw him off balance. Well, is it possible to say such a thing, while hiding laughter behind a cough? No, of course not. But what exactly was this woman thinking? Is she against him or for him? The devil will sort it out. The way he understood it, she drove everyone away from the Uzumaki baby, then on the contrary pushes Sasuke towards her. Yes, after all, women's logic is the most deadly. Well, and thirdly, there was a fiery meeting with a girl who is not going to leave his thoughts. And how to resist her natural charm? And most importantly, what should he do with all this? He already works hard on 3 fronts, a spy in the clan, a ventriloquist godame, and tries to see one notorious blonde, called Naruto Uzumaki. Uchiha moaned long and softly, completely unable to imagine what to do next. On the one hand, there are obligations that you can't just get rid of. But on the other hand, there are much more important things that you don't want to give up. Some kind of vicious circle, from which it is not so easy to escape. Sasuke got confused. And it seems that if all this does not stop soon, he will simply go crazy. But one thing he knows for sure, he needs, under any circumstances, to stop the clan. This is still the most important problem right now. He'll sort out Naruto somehow. He would give her time to think it over. In the meantime, it's worth sleeping, otherwise you never know, maybe tomorrow the Hokage will send him on a mission. Tsunade, being in a good mood, read the next report of the recently returned team from the mission. And she clearly did not expect that someone would disturb her peaceful time. The door opened faster than a whirlwind, closed just as quickly, then strange symbols will appear on the entrance piece of wood, on the walls and ceiling, so familiar and alien at the same time. Shifting her gaze to the entrance to the office, the woman was not surprised. Naruto was standing in front of her. Is something wrong, Naru? Senju asked as soon as Uzumaki came very close to the table. Yes, Bachan, the girl mumbled uncertainly, shifting from one foot to the other, as if she didn't know where to start. You know. Do you remember when I told you about that Umbu with whom I struck up something like a friendship? Of course, Umbu in a mask with the outline of a hawk. By himself, he is a good person, responsible, an excellent commander in the team. Is something wrong? Making an innocent expression on her face, Tsunade asked, although inside she almost laughed at the whole situation. Here is the second person who should arrange an explosion of the template. Still, to reach the inner beast. But it's okay, you can leave it for later. Let's not pretend that you don't know anything. Why didn't you tell me right away that he was an Uchiha? Naruto shouted angrily, drilling with almost red eyes the only person she trusted. Would that have made a difference? Innocently asked the Hokage a question, and then continued, despite the young girl opening her mouth. Well, would say, and what? Would you not want to communicate? Listen, a single person cannot be attributed to many. Everyone is unique in their own way, and for your information, I trust Sasuke. He is a wonderful person, a little cold and aloof to others, but he also has such qualities that the whole clan has lost, well, or part of them. But they are, Naruto. Don't blame him for something he didn't do. Yes, it is possible that Uchiha attacked 18 years ago, but this does not mean that a child who was a little more or a little less than 3 months old was able to harm you at all. And yes, he is against all this rebellion. I can say this in all seriousness only because he is a spy on 2 fronts. He reports to me what is happening in the clan, but at the same time he gives them false information about my affairs. I believe him, so first sort yourself out, and then, if you still want to, talk to him. The QB carrier was at a loss. She hadn't seen her grandmother like this for a long time. She didn't lie, never in anything. Hokage sincerely wishes her only good, and she almost undermined trust. How stupid she is. Don't torment yourself, Naru-chan, Godame said softly, walking up to the girl and hugging her, gently stroking her head with her palm. I understand your confusion, but try to have more faith in those people who accept you for who you are. Especially remember all your meetings. Has he ever been rude to you or pretended to be friendly? Has he ever tried to use Sharingan on you? Don't trust the elders completely, I've already told you that. They needed to undermine your trust in him, because they knew who he was. But remember your last meeting with him, I told him everything I knew about you before. Did he try to do anything? Did he wish you anything? It seems that Sasuke didn't do anything special to gain your trust, but he allowed you to recognize him, to verify the records from the Umbu archive confirming his identity. He trusted you with his life, if you can call it that. So go to your house and think it over again. Do not forget and do not doubt those people who sincerely wish you happiness. After completing her speech, Tsunade hugged the girl she considered her granddaughter for a few more seconds, after which she gently smiled and wished her a great rest. Uzumaki did not remember how she left the office, did not have time to notice how she found herself back in her room. She only knew that her grandmother was not lying, so it was worth listening to her words. Maybe we should meet with Sasuke again and talk about everything? Maybe there was just some misunderstanding between them? It's worth visiting the Hokage again tomorrow to ask about Uchiha. And you'll just believe everything they told you about Uchiha? Kurama muttered dissatisfactionedly, contacting his carrier. I believe Bachan. I really didn't feel any negative emotions from Sasuke in my direction, especially on the very day when I took off his mask. Tsunade Bachan said that then she told him about everything. So he already knew who I was, but he didn't do anything against it, and, if you remember, he brought flowers. And what's so good about flowers? Simple vegetation, nothing more, the nine-tailed man said with a snort. Oh, you're a demon, how do you know the ways of people? No offense, Kurama, but you're unenlightened. Flowers are given in many cases, on a date, as a sign of repentance and just as a sign of attention. I think it was for the second occasion that Sasuke brought flowers. It's even cute. The girl whispered enthusiastically, looking at the sky. Yeah, I don't care about you people, Biju grumbled, breaking off the mental connection. Naruto just laughed, and then her expression became serious. She should think it over carefully. After all, that's exactly what Tsunade asked me to do. And you won't trample on her wishes, you won't do it once, then it will be very bad. Naruto felt bad. The body then shuddered sharply from the cold, then had such a temperature that it was possible to walk naked in the snow-covered mountains. My head was spinning, aching pain constantly made itself felt, and my mouth was almost always dry. That is why she was given a decanter of ordinary water in reserve, so as not to constantly demand it from the maids. No one was sitting next to her, so the girl coped alone, and when it was absolutely unbearable, Kurama helped. Everyone else in the house didn't care. And now, pulling the blanket almost up to her nose, Naruto was trying to keep warm. The upper part of the torso was already more or less warmed up, but the legs were so icy, as if they were not under the down jacket. A few days ago, the Hokage came. Her aura and dark aura still hovers in the memory of the inhabitants of the house. Tsunade shouted at the maids who did not look after the patient. She spread her evil aura when they refused to do what the woman demanded. However, no one managed to convince the strongest woman, so everyone humbly followed her orders. But as soon as Senju left, one of the employees turned to Jinchuriki for a moment, giving him such a look that it became even worse than the girl felt before. Don't think that everyone will treat you the same way, even if the Hokage ordered it, the man said, leaving the room. Naruto did not expect that everything would be the same. She always handled everything by herself. And if it was really bad, Kurama came to the rescue. she wouldn't be lost with him. I feel so bad, Uzumaki croaked, after which she lost consciousness. The fox was unspeakably alarmed and excited. He's been with her for almost 18 years and won't let her just drop her skates. And only Biju aimed to nourish the girl with his chakra, as she herself began to breathe evenly. And it looked like she really just fell asleep. The chest gradually fell and rose, and the excessive pallor that appeared with this whole leapfrog disappeared, returning the former medium-tanned skin color. The girl was cured. But how did this happen? The girl was floating in the air, but she stood firmly on her feet in weightlessness. The gaze of the blue eyes darted from side to side, and they themselves reflected a bit of fear, misunderstanding and horror. Suddenly a red-haired woman appeared in front of her, smiling gently and looking straight at her with undisguised kindness and tenderness. "Hello, Naruto," and the voice, like a trickle, sounded in the silence. Naruto, eyes wide in disbelief, stood with her mouth slightly open, trying to figure out what to do. That's how to rush, cry and hug a woman who turns out to be hers, mother, or just nod in greeting, holding back the salty liquid? But here she was helped by male hands that gently pushed her to her mother. Uzumaki turned around, meeting exactly the same piercing blue eyes. The man was also smiling softly, slightly nodding his head in the direction of a beautiful young woman. Naru almost jumped from fleeting happiness. She saw her parents, even if it was like this. She grabbed her father's hand, who opened his eyes wide in shock, and hurried into the arms of her mother, who only quietly laughed at her husband's attempts, clearly embarrassed by such zeal, to stop her daughter, who did not pay attention to it. And only when the girl was hugged from both sides at once, Uzumaki felt happier than ever, not noticing that tears were sliding down her cheeks. She met her parents, the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and the legendary bloody habanera, Uzumaki Kushina. Kurama was restless. Everything seems to be fine with his vessel, he feels great. But still, the dubious feelings that something definitely happened to this girl do not leave. Oh, even in an unconscious state, he finds trouble on his fifth point. So when she came to his cage all so cheerful, leading the ghosts of the past, Kyubi finally lost the power of speech, looking dumbfounded at the long-dead people. "Hi, Kyubi. Thank you for fulfilling my request," Kushina smiled softly, looking at the fox. The fourth Hokage was nodding his head nearby, hugging his wife. Naruto, as the happiest at the moment, ran inside the cage, hugging her furry friend, thanking for everything. For what exactly, strong Biju did not understand, but because of the shock, he only nodded as if spellbound. And then a conversation took place, which clarified the situation a little. Kurama sighed heavily, he had been given more work again. And why is this happening to him? Uzumaki hurried to the clearing where she usually spent time with Sasuke, and desperately hoped that she would meet him there. Of course, she still hasn't decided where exactly to start the conversation, what exactly should be said at all in this situation, but Naruto can't just back down like that. Uzumaki never succumbed to difficulties, at least as far as the girl understood from her mother's story about the clan. The blonde smiled. Yes, her parents are truly magnificent and strong shinobi. Not everyone would jump to certain death to protect their child. However, this is not about that now. And now, in the distance, the very clearing where she once met Sasuke appeared. But, as it turned out, everything is quiet and smooth here. Kurama sighed sorrowfully and mumbled that there was no one nearby. Blue-Eyed was upset. Is it really going to end like this? But she had just put her thoughts in order. But is Uchiha angry? Or was he offended for being discovered? Nara shook her head, no, he's not that petty. Sighing as sorrowfully as Biju, its bearer turned around, intending to leave the clearing, which carried many pleasant days of sweet encounters. However, as soon as she took a few steps forward, the girl felt a look on her back, almost burning through her. Kurama, laughing, wished good luck. Naruto pursed her lips. Damn down jacket. Always throws at a crucial moment. Jinchuriki turned around. Yes, he was standing right in front of her in his Anbu attire. The blue-eyed girl glanced timidly at him, trying to figure out what kind of mood he was in right now. It seems to be normal, so there is a chance for a conversation. Uzumaki, mentally giving herself kicks, slowly began to overcome the distance between them. And when there were a few meters left, the girl froze. Hello, Uchiha Sasuke. Hello, Naruto Uzumaki. And yet grandma didn't lie, Sasuke-kun knows my last name, so who is sealed in me? However, what should I do next? Almost panicking, Uzumaki thought. So you have a kubi sealed in you? Sasuke asked, relaxing a little. She has come, so all is not lost yet. Why yes. But Kurama is good, he was my only friend until recently. Then you appeared, and I was afraid that I would be lonely again, Naruto answered with downcast eyes, and then smiled and continued, but perhaps I should have confessed right away, then maybe there would have been no misunderstanding. Uchiha was amazed, how much of her endless faith in the best. Probably, it's still good that everything ends well. At least they figured it out among themselves. However, there is still a lot to discuss. I'm sorry to ask, and I'm getting right to the point, but what do you know about the elders and Danzo? Naruto returned late, immediately running into a horde of nannies, who allegedly worried and even demanded to tell where she had been missing for so long. But the girl didn't say anything, just took off her shoes and went to her room, not paying attention to anyone. The blonde with a smile on her face changed her clothes and lay down on the bed, looking at the ceiling with incredibly blue eyes. Stop smiling like a madwoman. And then they'll put you in a special department, and everything will go down the drain, Kurama muttered, trying to get his mistress out of such an incomprehensible state. You don't understand anything, Ku. It turns out that we suspected him in vain of what he was not going to do. We will have to join forces to resist not only the Uchiha clan, but also the elders from Danzo, Naruto replied, still smiling. Naruto, do you believe me that I wish you only good things? The fox suddenly said, which made the little girl's blue eyes noticeably round with shock. Of course. But why would there be such a question? Kurama, if you think that after all the mess I'll just forget about you, then I'll hit you. I'm going to enter the subconscious right now and knock, okay so. Mom managed to convey something to me and tell me through one seal from her homeland. I hope you haven't forgotten what Mom is like when she's angry? Uzumaki asked innocently. Ninetales shuddered. He once ran into jokes on an angry holder. Oh, and it was not easy then to put yourself in order after the educational process. And Kushina, a kind of hot-tempered infection, grinned from ear to ear, remembering for a month the bald spot on his beautiful skin. Perhaps I will refrain from any comments. The skin is more expensive, the strongest Biju bleated nervously, breaking off mental contact and falling asleep. The blonde laughed merrily, but immediately pulled herself together. She should start daily meditation sessions, as her mother advised. To gain control over your gift, you need constant control, but for this you need to control yourself. Kushina's was spontaneous and not a frequent occurrence, but since she, Naruto, has had two lately, it means that the force is stronger than her mother's. To begin with, concentrate and calm down. Extra thoughts and feelings will interfere with you, so everything should be laid out on the shelves. Don't rush, don't try to get power right away, tame it gradually. It can appear in any form, which means that the plan for its taming should be different. Think over all possible moves, and only then summon your second power. The second one? And what is the first one? Naruto asked her mother while her father was talking to the fox about something. The first is you and Kurama. Since you have been on good terms with him since early childhood, your chakra is practically inseparable from each other. I felt it when I met you. But the main thing to remember is something: be yourself, don't try to contradict yourself. Don't wind yourself up and go with the flow, and then everything will be attached. Especially with Sasuke-kun. With a wink at her daughter, Kushina left her daughter to think, and she went up to Biju, whispering about something now with a fox and her husband. Day after day, Naruto practiced meditation. After talking with Uchiha about not being able to come to their place for a while, there are some things to do. Sasuke was not happy about this, but humbly agreed with the girl, realizing that she was concerned about something. However, he was glad that this did not concern the elders. And so, after 2 weeks, Uzumaki felt that she felt the presence of something foreign inside her, but it was something else that was different from Biju's inner presence. Before Jinchuriki could blink an eye, she found herself in some bright clearing, crowned with flowers, many of which could not be identified. The friendly sun warmed sweetly, and the clear blue sky pleased the eyes. So what in the name of Rikudo have you gotten yourself into this time, Naru? Kurama's tired voice sounded behind the girl. By the way, I just fell asleep, you ignoramus. Yes, I was just meditating, and then, AP. And I ended up here. But it's beautiful, isn't it, Ku? I expected you here earlier, Uzumaki Naruto, the seer of the clan. Right in front of the fox and the man appeared something that looked like a cluster of various clumps of fog. Who are you? She was looking for me, and now you don't understand who I am? Stupid people have multiplied now, I even feel sorry for you, the fog said pretentiously, floating around the girl. Oh, so you're the gift of foresight that I inherited? However, Mom said that you appear in a certain form, in the form of some kind of animal, but all I see is just a cloud of fog. Or is there something I don't understand? Uzumaki concluded, carefully watching the fog. Your mother was right, but you're still undecided. So what do you need me for? Power. I need you as a force to protect what is dear to me, Naru said firmly, confidently flashing her blue eyes. Then something strange began to happen. The rainbow glade turned into a dried and cracked earth, from which steam was constantly released. The sky turned dark, almost black, never seen before by a girl. Kurama suddenly bared his teeth in a bad way, and then completely collapsed to the ground, wheezing. The owner of the power of the nine-tailed wanted to run up, but could not move. What's going on? The blonde panicked, looking with concern at how her friend was writhing. Destroying your primary power. You wanted me as your strength. But two contradictory forces cannot get along in the weak body of an ordinary person, Fog explained. How dare you say that? I don't want Kurama to disappear. How dare you decide something for me? And if that's the case, then I'd rather give up on you, a damn gift, than betray a friend who was the only one for many years, a mentor who taught me everything he knew, and the family he became for me. It's bad that I won't be able to prove to the Uchiha with your help what they are planning. We'll suffer great losses, but even without you I will be able to stop those tricky plans of both the Uchiha and the elders, Uzumaki growled, breaking out of invisible bonds and running up to the fox. The world, which had been shaken for a moment, suddenly returned to the original form that appeared for the first time. The man and Biju looked at each other in surprise, after which they turned their gaze back to the fog, which turned into a magnificent fluffy fox with a dark blue coat color and brilliant, like two amethysts, eyes. Greetings, mistress, the fox said conciliatingly, tilting her muzzle forward, flashing her eyes. Out of the corner of her eye, the girl noticed how the familiar red eyes with a vertical pupil also flashed. It seems that all this will result in something more. Sasuke, frankly, was bored. The missions were boring, fast and easy. No, there were one or two long and difficult ones, but in the 3 weeks during which he did not see Naruto, the young man got incredibly bored. It was possible to talk to Naruto now much more openly than before. There are common cases that need to be solved together with the Hokage. The first week he really held on, because he understood that the girl was not up to him now. And there were missions, so at least he distracted himself by focusing on their execution. On the second, he began to howl to himself. Incredibly, in such a short time, almost 2 months, he got used to Naruto, who, like the sun, warmed his chilled flesh, soul and blood with her presence. But when the 3rd week started, Sasuke, overcoming himself, restrained himself as much as he could, so as not only not to disturb Tsunade by asking for the address of the girl's house, but also not to make a debriefing where Uzumaki lives. What if something happened to her? And if the elders are involved? These are not the most rosy thoughts spinning in the head of the brunette. And even the father begins the preparatory process. There is only a month left until Naruto comes of age and the day of the sealing of the kyubi. Screams, pain and blood. Konoha was on fire. The sky is darker than black, sinister laughter spreads around the perimeter, making you tremble from the inevitable fate, which literally freezes the blood in your veins. Run, run with all my might. We must not allow them to get caught, used. You can't. There is no strength to fight, but you need to hide, you need to do so as not to fall into the evil, nasty, alien hands. He's dead, these 2 words are knocking in my head, bringing additional pain in my chest. Tears flow in streams, which is why the road is almost invisible. But the body moves on, you can't stop, you have to go, no, even run forward. The eyes, through the nasty and ill-fated salty moisture, see all the horror that is happening on the streets of the once lively and cheerful Konoha. People lie who somehow, one is crushed by the ruins of a former house, then another lies with severed limbs, others even with a pierced head, from which a red liquid mixed with brains flows out. Agony. Inhumanity. Fear. Pain. Despair. And endless tears and screams. This is hell, their personal and real hell. And somewhere nearby is the leader of the underworld. He hunts, searches, and thirsts for blood. The screams gradually subside, the pain disappears, complete silence ensues. Only their own footsteps are heard. There is some kind of shelter, but will she be able to hide so that no one finds her? Then a heart-stopping voice is heard from behind. But I found you, the cause of all disasters. And laughter, sinister and bloodthirsty, the hellish laughter of her personal death. She will die, as other people have died. Naruto explodes on the bed with a scream and with a rapidly beating heart. My eyes are shrouded with tears. She is overcome with fear, she has not seen this before. Maybe it's because she merged with a new force? Yes, now that you have found me and merged, such visions will still appear uncontrollably. But don't worry, mistress, in a week you will feel better and you will be able to look into the future yourself, the fox's soft, apologetic voice sounded. Nothing, I understand everything, really you could have warned me. By the way, I still don't know your name. I don't have it, each owner chooses it in his own way. Then you will be Amethyst, in honor of your beautiful eyes. And you can just call me by my first name, we're friends. Friends? Okay, I appreciate it, Naruto-sama. Amethyst's voice sounded more confident. Uzumaki chatted a little more with her new friend, who was a gift of foresight, and swore that she would not leave the house this week. However, when he comes out, Naru will definitely ask Sasuke for forgiveness. After all, 3 weeks is a long time. But her birthday is incredibly approaching. The week of stabilization from accepting the gift passed quickly and almost easily. The first 3 nights Naru could not sleep peacefully. She was visited by terrible dreams, which, apparently, foreshadowed not the best on her birthday. However, on the 4th night Uzumaki was able to sleep well, so much so that neither Kurama nor Amethyst could get through to her. And the girl was amazed. She had not been able to sleep like that for a very long time. The other 3 days were spent in mastering skills, starting with a small one. Medi, as she decided to shorten Naruto, described in detail where it is better to start practicing a new force. If the blonde has already mastered the fox's strength, then this force is much stronger, but not physically, but mentally and psychically. It is necessary, at least, to have a firm and unshakable spirit before possible fears. Naruto has already proved that she can overcome everything. So, this gift was not passed on to her in vain. By the end of the 6th day, Jinchuriki more or less managed to foresee small fragments of the future, although not as far away as she would like. However, as the fox explained, each event has several logical ends. Naru herself understood what all this meant. And in the future mess there were several options for completing the event. But I didn't want to know them yet. The training always took place in the subconscious, and then you never know what the other inhabitants of her house might think if they heard something bad. Side by side with Kyubi, who always lay on pillows during training, Naruto relaxed quickly, going astral. However, she understood that the more Medi and Ku would see each other, the faster they would become friends, and maybe not only. In general, fate played clearly not in favor of Biju. After all, a beautiful fox is what a strong and powerful fox demon needs. And Uzumaki, imperceptibly shooting her eyes, mentally giggled viciously. Now both of them are arguing about something, but they don't pay any attention to her. Here it is, a chance. The blonde quickly slipped out of the subconscious, locking Kurama and Amethyst in the same space. If they can only grin and fight in front of her, then they should get along well in private. Ignoring the angry shouts of both representatives of Kitsune cutting off the mental connection, Naruto was all in dreams. A picture of several small foxes of different colors running around her has already appeared before her eyes. Oh, that's so cute. Tsunade, being in a great mood, was sitting in her office, reading mission reports. A lot has changed in the past 3 weeks. At the very beginning, she was pretty surprised when the daughter of the 4th suddenly announced that she should not be disturbed for a while, that is, they did not visit the house. Senju already wanted to give the advisors a hard time, as she decided that it was their handiwork. But she is immediately stopped and stated that it is necessary first of all for a girl, and not for old people. There was nothing to do, I had to accept it. In order for the hawk to see Uzumaki less, the woman sent him on frequent light missions, sometimes diluting them with complex ones. But he, however, did not even resist. And then it turned out that Nara managed to explain everything to him before she disappeared from his sight, and he went to storm her house. But Tsunade, as a woman already in adulthood, understood that it was not easy for the guy to accept all this. Moreover, 3 weeks have already passed, and Uchiha is almost on the verge. And during this 3rd week, Sasuke visited her every day to find out at least something. It was a pity for the guy, because she, as a hokage and as a woman, understood that the hawk was far from indifferent to Uzumaki. But so far, apparently, he denies everything. Or just hides his feelings well. The door opened softly, and Tsunade, without raising her head and not looking up from the text, sighed heavily. And here he is, the same as yesterday. Nothing is known about Naru, Yast, Godame mumbled, immediately raising her head and meeting the uncomprehending gaze of the second of the legendary trinity. "Oh, Jiraiya. I didn't expect to see you here." "Hello, Tsunade. But what do your words mean? Did something happen to Naruto?" Frowning at the fifth, asked Sannin. "Nothing to worry about. How's your business going?" Senju changed the subject. "Business is in full swing. I will be able to meet them soon, so I hope I can help. However, I haven't figured out how to persuade them yet," the white-haired man replied with a contrite shake of his head. "But don't think you can fool me by changing the subject. Tell me, what's up with Naru?" "I'm telling you, nothing bad. She has a friend, and they are on good terms. But for the past 3 weeks, no one has heard from her." "Stop!" Hokage barked at the guest, who had already rushed to the window. "She's fine. Don't worry, she asked me not to bother her until she shows up." "And you are so calm about everything?" "And suddenly with her, Tsunade-bachan," Uzumaki shouted, rushing into the office at such a speed that the door almost fit into the wall. Jiraiya looked at it with apprehension. Maybe the strongest woman taught her while he was away in the village? The strength is simply terrible. "I haven't seen you for a long time, Naru. How's your health?" Godame smiled when she saw her beloved granddaughter, and she didn't care that she wasn't her own. "I'm fine. Godfather. Aren't you going to hug me?" Transferring the gaze of blue eyes to the aforementioned, Naruto said, puffing out her cheeks with resentment. The man froze, then imperceptibly, as it seemed, checked for an illusion, and then literally flew up to his goddaughter, intending to hug her to death. However, the plan failed, as the tip of the katana was found near the throat, and the girl herself was pressed against the umbu. The writer's black eyes narrowed angrily, intending to tear the self-confident umbu apart. And just as he took a deep breath to pronounce the first name of the technique that came to hand, Naruto smiled and turned her head to the unexpected guest in the mask. "Hello, Hawk. And I'm sorry for such a long period of time. I didn't expect that it would take so much time." Uzumaki smiled shyly, freeing herself from the guy's grip. He sheathed his katana, freeing the godfather of Jinchuriki. "In a good way, you should have been whipped so that next time you wouldn't be so late," said the hawk, putting up a barrier and removing the mask. "Naruto. Get away from him. He's an Uchiha," Jiraiya shouted, intending to fight after all. But this time he was stopped by Tsunade, hitting him on the head. "He is an Uchiha, but a good one. They know each other's secrets, if that makes you feel better." "Nothing threatens Naru, idiot," Senju said threateningly, after which she smiled sweetly at Sasuke. He nodded in greeting. "Well, since you're all here, I have something to tell you all." "Please don't interrupt, I won't repeat," said Jinchuriki Kubi, drawing the attention of 3 people to herself. "Yes, she has a lot to tell. You do realize that this is crazy, right?" Jiraiya mumbled, looking out the window. In the light of the setting sun, 2 figures could be seen walking towards an unvisited, but neat training ground, where these 2 met one day. "I understand Naruto didn't offer exactly what we expected, but it's worth a try. She asked you to do this. Did Naru ask for a lot of things in her difficult life?" Tsunade asked, turning her chair away from the windows. On the table, right in front of her, is written an approximate plan of what should be done. "Of course not. I'm a terrible godfather, right?" Sannin said sadly, leaning against the wall near the windows. "And I'm no better. I've already lost loved ones 3 times, but I won't let Naruto offend, otherwise I'm worthless. I don't want to see people dear to me die. Alas, I've already seen enough. Don't blame yourself, sometimes you can't avoid it. Not up to memories of the past now." We will have time to drink more and shed tears in memory of the deceased. And now we have to do something so that the worst does not happen." Putting his hand on Senju's shoulder, the writer slightly squeezed his hand, making it clear that he would not leave her alone. "Yes, I understand. But, damn, so it took her 3 weeks to do it?" And she didn't admit it. The Hokage smiled much more animatedly, realizing that her granddaughter had fooled everyone. "What are you talking about?" Toad Sannin was perplexed. "It's simple, Jiraiya, she has mastered what she inherited." Godame laughed, driving away the unhappy moments in her life. As Jiraiya said, they will still have time to grieve, but now it's worth seriously considering everything that has become known. And the man, who could not understand what the woman was talking about, scratched the turnip in a puzzled way, also bending over the leaf. Hard days await him, and after that a dangerous meeting at all. To survive her. Naruto breathed freely when she found herself together with Sasuke in their memorable clearing. There are so many memories associated with it that you don't even know which moment to remember first. But instead of memories comes the realization of what happened then and how much time has passed since their last meeting. Uzumaki turned to the guy with a face that, however, was burning. Yes, she was ashamed that she hadn't warned. "I'm sorry," the girl whispers softly. Sasuke stands and tries to believe that she is here, next to him. Not in the house, arbitrarily locked up for quite a long time, not in some kind of shelter, hidden by the elders. He was afraid that he would not see her again. But now she is standing right in front of him, shyly hiding her eyes. The burden of emotions immediately flies off your shoulders, you can breathe more freely. Now, until she turns 18 and this whole mess is over, she will never let go. Still, it's quite normal to worry about a girl who is clearly not indifferent. "Nothing, I understand. You must have had more important things to do than anything else." "I understand," Uchiha replied dryly, looking somewhere to the side. Uzumaki stood for a minute, comprehending what the guy said, and then almost exploded with indignation. "Oh, that one, you don't understand a damn thing," the girl exclaimed, quickly folding some seals. Before Umbu could do anything, he found himself in some strange space. Everything was in such a bright range that it hurt my eyes. But not a scarecrow. Probably, subconsciously, the brunette knows that Naruto will never hurt him. The person in question was standing in front of him, almost drilling a hole in him with his gaze. "And what is it?" "My subconscious," the blonde replied simply, shrugging her shoulders. "My mother showed me this technique when I met her recently. No matter how much we talk here, no more than a few seconds will pass there. And these 3 weeks. I really needed them. Of course, I didn't mention at the time how much time I would need, but I didn't know that myself." Sasuke tried not to breathe, so as not to miss anything. Such revelations, after everything that had happened between them, were not easy. And if he weighs all the pros and cons before he narrates anything, then Naruto. She is straightforward, although there are secrets hidden in her. She's amazing. I'm sorry. I didn't think that, nothing. Until recently, I myself considered it nonsense, until it began to repeat itself, Uzumaki interrupted with a slight smile. The guy looked at her carefully before calmly exhaling. "What are you talking about? You wanted to know why I was constantly called by the elders before?" Jinchuriki asked, and after receiving an uncertain nod of her head, she continued, "Because of the gift that passes through the female line in the Uzumaki clan. The gift of foresight. A quiet, peaceful and moderately populated country of rivers. A neutral village to meet with any representatives of different settlements. Everyone used it, and the residents did not pay attention to the shinobi until they, of course, started a fight. Jiraiya, sitting at a remote table in the corner of one of the restaurants, slowly drank sake and had lunch. The waiting was killing, but there was nothing to be done. And there is still time to think through the conversation. You can't just say that you need help. A little selfish, isn't it? The man sighed heavily, finishing the last bottle of sake that was put on the table. Bring more sake and more light snacks, Sannin ordered when the waiter approached him. He smiled sweetly, then left to fulfill the order. 5 minutes later, the table was almost packed, and there were no guests either. Jiraiya was already thinking of just getting drunk and going to the hotel, when he heard footsteps that were definitely approaching him. And then they fell silent, but instead they just sat down opposite him. The first was a dark-haired man of pleasant appearance, but with a bandana that covered his left eye. He is dressed in the usual comfortable clothes for a dark blue ninja. An ordinary black raincoat was visible on the shoulders. The second was the same dark-haired, only a shade paler than the first. His black eyes were fixed on the toad hermit, who literally sobered up when he saw the company that was sitting opposite him. Jiraiya-sama, why did you seek our meeting with such persistence? Softly said the second, while the first carefully looked around. I think this is much more confidential information than I had previously assumed. So, if you don't mind, we can have a snack here, and then go to my room, Jiraiya replied, eating some salad. And where is the guarantee that there is no trap waiting for us there? The first one asked, shifting his gaze to the adult man. If this happens, I will surrender to you. However, I guarantee your safety, and you will listen to everything I tell you without interrupting. Things are dangerous, and this will affect especially two young people, a guy and a girl. I'm asking for help. Why should we help strangers? Asked the second brunette, eating dango. Probably because one is in danger, and the other will not let her disappear so easily. It's about your little brother, Itachi. The eyes of the people opposite lit up angrily. Mangekyo Sharingan at angry Uchiha is not a joke. Naruto was sitting in her room and had practically bitten her lips. She was worried. Today she and Sasuke would go to the secret base where the Hokage decided to hold a meeting with the Uchiha clan. There are a little more than 2 weeks left until a certain day. Naruto spent the past 2 weeks next to Sasuke, trying to reproduce all the horror that was foreseen before. Neither Uzumaki nor Uchiha have seen so much blood, screams and fire. Foxes materialized nearby. Kyubi, as it turned out, can quite leave the body of the hostess, staying in the form of an ordinary fox, which live in forests, up to 7 tails. On the 8th, it grows by 1.5 meters, and 9. Well, in all its real growth, as Kurama himself suggested. Amethyst has the same height as a miniature bijou. And yet, the very moment of being locked inside one enclosed space did them good. They not only agreed, but clearly not against each other. At least the girl sees how foxes fawn over each other. And, in a sense, even envious. It is worth admitting, at least to herself, that she is not indifferent to Uchiha Sasuke. He accepted her for what she is, with all the pros and cons. Although there is only one minus so far, here he is sitting opposite her, intertwining his tail with his girlfriend. Medi always flashed her eyes when Uzumaki casually mentioned the hawk. Definitely knows something but doesn't want to say. A partisan. Naru, relax, they won't bite you. And they won't be able to subdue, don't worry. You have not only us, but also Sasuke the intercessor, you will not be lost with him, Kurama said with a wink, managing to escape from a blow to the head. You know something, but don't tell me. Not fair. Jinchuriki exclaimed, but the foxes only grinned insidiously, not refuting or agreeing with what their mistress said. The clock struck 5 o'clock. It was getting late. We have to leave soon, otherwise he'll be late. Oh, how hard it is with all this. Seeing a solitary, but already so familiar figure in the distance, Sasuke relaxed. Let her be a little late, but she came. So, she still cares about all this. She may not care about his clan from the high Hokage mountain, but she does not want to relive all that horror again. She had two terrible pictures of a possible future. Naruto smiled timidly, although how she smiled, crookedly lifted the corner of her lips, making it clear how restless she was. Calm down. If something goes wrong, just trust me, okay? Half-asked half-confirmed Uchiha, holding out his hand to the girl. She sighed heavily, holding tightly to the outstretched palm. She was scared, the guy understood that. But it's not easy for him either. After all, if anything, he will have to admit that he is fusing information to the Hokage. And for this, he obviously won't be patted on the head. Picking up Jinchuriki in his arms, Umbu quickly climbed the mountain with the faces of the Hokage. The cool air does not allow consciousness to become clouded, although Naruto really wants to pretend to be sick until his knees tremble in order to avoid a meeting that will either change the terrible future or start bloodshed. But the presence of Sasuke smooths out the feelings, giving himself into the hands of calm and serenity that surrounds the guy. Yes, it's scary, but there are defenders who will not give offense. So you can breathe more freely. The journey took 15 minutes, during which Naruto managed to enjoy the beating of Uchiha's heart. Sasuke, in turn, made a note in his head, to fatten up some uzumaki. And then it weighs just like a feather. Wrong. And here in front of them is the coveted entrance to the secret cave. Uchiha felt the accumulation of a large chakra, so the whole clan came. My heart was restless, but as Umbu Sasuke knew how to hide his feelings behind a mask. And it was not typical for the representatives of this clan to express their emotions so simply. Naruto felt that the guy was a little nervous. The girl quietly stood in front of Sasuke, looking uncertainly into his eyes and smiling with the corners of her lips. Yielding to a fleeting impulse, Uzumaki kissed the brunette on the cheek, then awkwardly took his hand and led him inside the cave. Uchiha looked at the back of the blonde's head for a few moments, then smiled fleetingly, covering his face with an Umbu mask, which was given to Tsunade. It's not worth it for the clansmen to see him yet. Ahead of them was a spacious room, laid with parquet, on which lay a lot of pillows. All the members of the Uchiha clan were sitting on them, talking quietly to each other. At the very beginning, Sasuke's father sat with his wife, flanked by the clan elders. The time has come, Naruto thought, nodding at the young man's mute question. The Uchiha clan had already despaired of seeing anyone or anything here, as images appeared on the wall that was opposite. Even the most talkative ones covered their mouths. It was worth seeing everything that Jinchuriki showed them with the help of Sasuke's eyes. Fear, pain, despair and the desire to be saved. Screams, agony and flight. Uzumaki showed everything that would happen if they went against Konoha and captured her. The image disappeared for a few seconds, and then it was restored again. But the people gathered here and now realized that these are different events. Yes, there are screams, pain and impotence, but they are all fighting together against the monster, against the Kubi, which is controlled by the same monster whose face is still hidden. Then again a short break, and then again shots where both Kubi and Konoha together with the Uchiha are against the main enemy, who will stop at nothing. And then comes the long-awaited peace and tranquility. Everything is as it should be. The video is interrupted. Uzumaki is breathing heavily, covering his eyes, from which tears are pouring. Sasuke, putting his arm around the shoulders, supports the girl and gently wipes the tracks of tears. The girl smiles gratefully, shifting her gaze to the Uchiha clan, who at this time are trying to digest and realize what just happened. What is it? The future? Or the past? Is this what awaits us? No, it's probably some kind of well-planned illusion. Of course, they just want to mislead us. It's all hokage and elders. No. These are not hokage or elders. Amid the hum, an unfamiliar female voice could be heard coming from behind them. Slowly, everyone began to turn around at the source of the sound. A young girl with piercing blue eyes came out of the shadows, vaguely resembling someone. Yandame? Fugaku whispered softly, looking dumbfounded into the blonde's eyes. She smiled and shook her head. No, but I'm glad that you still remember my father, Naruto said, ignoring the evil rumble of Kyubi. An unfamiliar Umbu materialized next to her, after which they both began to move forward. Several minutes passed in absolute silence until Uzumaki found herself in front of the seated elders and Sasuke's parents. The guy himself remained relatively calm. So what kind of shots were they? Fugaku decided to break the silence hanging over everyone. I don't know if you knew about my mother's gift, but I'll admit something. In the Uzumaki clan, a gift was passed down through the maternal line, a special gift with which one could look into the future and find out what was expected in the aftermath of certain actions. You all saw 3 pictures of what happened. The first is when you commit an uprising and go against Konoha. Not only will you lose many of your own, but you will also affect absolutely innocent people who will suffer because of your stupid thirst for power. Sit still, Uchiha-san, otherwise I will have to use force, Naru viciously barked at the rising young guy, clearly considering her a charlatan. Excuse me, Naruto-chan, go on, Mikoto said, smiling softly. The Kyubi bearer smiled back, immediately noting that she was beginning to like this woman. Yes, and she is Sasuke's mother, thank you. The second is that there is a powerful main enemy, whose face and name even I can't make out in any way. I've been trying to find out for 2 weeks, but nothing has come of it. Hokage's personal assistant, Umbu, whom you see next to me, has repeatedly helped me. So, you are on the side of Konoha, but I am captured by an enemy who managed to subdue the will of Kyubi. However, suppressing possible and unnecessary questions and disputes, Naruto continued, slightly raising her voice, this option already disappears, since he will not be able to subdue the Nine-Tailed in any way. Why not? Another man brazenly interrupted, looking skeptically at the little girl, who, in his opinion, is full of nonsense. Simply because it is impossible to subdue the force that is inextricably linked with another, plus with the carrier itself. There was a flurry of shouts, questions, and outrageous claims. Sasuke exchanged glances with Naruto, trying to at least morally support him. In response, he received one of the sunny smiles, which made his heart flutter sweetly. Naruto-chan. What did you mean by that? Mikoto gave her voice again, which made not only her husband, but also other representatives of the clan look at her in bewilderment. What? As if you are not interested, especially since I always thought that all this is not necessary. But since I didn't have the right to vote, I was silent. However, now that the Hokage probably knows about all this, there is no point in denying it. Am I right, Naruto-chan? You can just call me Mikoto. Yes, Mikoto-san. Hokage is aware, that's why she allowed this meeting to take place, of course, at my request. Ahead of your questions, I will answer right away. I recently found out about this plan for a coup, then I opened and mastered my gift, after which I decided to show you what would happen. However, you have moved away from the previous topic, Uzumaki-san, the police chief said in all seriousness, for some reason looking steadily in the direction of Umbu. You're right, but it was some members of your clan who interrupted me. So it's not my fault. So, the Biju cannot be subordinated if it is connected to its carrier, plus there is a small bonus that directly prevents even an attempt. And to make sure that I'm not joking, try to enter the subconscious and grab a kubi, Fugaku-san. I allow it. As soon as the last word was uttered, some Uchiha smiled strangely, planning to turn on their Sharingans, but the menacing look of the elders of the clan and Sasuke's father himself weakened their fuse. But their greedy eyes were simply riveted on the girl. Sasuke stood there and didn't know what to do. What if things don't go the way they planned? What if father still manages to get control of Biju? Naruto is taking a lot of risks, but this is the only way to check her words that no one can get the strongest demon. Uchiha activated Sharingan, penetrating into the subconscious of Minato's daughter. He had been remembering his best friend for all these 18 years, and now, seeing his child in front of him, he felt guilty. For sure, her advisors and a dark horse, Danzo, who always had some claims to the Uchiha clan, tried to recruit her. But if she is against them, even if she does not speak about it directly, then they did not succeed. Once in front of the demon, who was far from being in a cage, but was calmly sitting on the floor, dozing relaxed, covering another fox with his tails, who came from nowhere at all here. Sensing the presence of an outsider, Kyubi opened his red eyes with a vertical pupil, sleepily looking at the person. Fugaku himself held firm, showing no signs of fleeting panic, when the nine-tailed opened his mouth in a yawn, after which he gently nudged the sleeping kitsune with his nose. What, has he already arrived? I didn't get enough sleep, you're just a demon, Ku, the fox responded capriciously, turning her muzzle towards the man. Uchiha, turn off your lights, they won't help you in any way. Why not? Finally, the voice of a man who looks steadily at a demon cut through. Firstly, I won't let you get Ku, and secondly, he is already an integral part of Naruto, so it's as difficult to take control as it is to separate. And now, get out, they won't let you sleep. Uchiha found himself back in reality when he felt gentle pats on the back from his wife and fleeting pats on the cheeks from the girl. He hesitantly nodded at the dumb question that just froze in the blue eyes of the fourth child. Well, since Uchiha-san is fine, I'll continue. We have sorted out only two options, one of which already disappears. There remains the third one, which, I think, is the best. You'd better abandon the coup plan and join the Hokage and her strategy based on my visions. I understand that at least half of you disagree with all this, but do you all want to be killed or kill innocents? Will your children have to revel in power based on blood? Is it really impossible to just blunt the axe of a stupid war at the root? Can you unite with Hokage and Konoha, remaining after that not only practically in full force, but also untouchable, or do you want stupid and unnecessary spilled blood? Stand up those who do not want to follow the plan that is inside your clan. Nothing happened for a few minutes, and Uzumaki was already desperate that everything was in vain, when women and children, as well as some men, began to rise uncertainly from different sides. Even those who considered her a charlatan rose up, while they themselves were skeptical of her. Traitor! A young guy shouted nearby, wanting to publicly execute a standing dark-haired man who in some ways resembled the boy. My God, is this really his son? The shocked girl peered into the facial features of both representatives of the clan, confirming her guesses. The alleged son tried to turn on the Sharingan, but nothing happened, just as the chakra in his protruding hand was not going to. The guy looked at his limb in surprise, not understanding where his element was. After Fugaku-san left my subconscious, I quietly folded the chakra suppression seals. You know, the conversation was nearing its logical end, and I couldn't just risk it. Don't worry, the barrier has a short-lived effect. I don't know how to manage it much yet, not like my mother. Do you know about Kushina? From where? Mikoto asked again, who also got up from her seat. Yes. Before I got used to the gift, I lay for several days with a high fever. No one helped me, the elders clearly contributed to this. I was cured in an unknown way, and then I met my parents in the subconscious. They did something with the seal, so I was able not only to talk, but also to find out everything I wanted. Mom helped me with mastering the gift, and also passed on her knowledge through a kind of seal. Uzumaki involuntarily touched her forehead. But I trained more with the gift than with this technique, so it won't last long. Traitor! The young brunette shouted again, shooting a menacing look at an adult man. Shirato, you yourself must understand that all this will not lead to anything good. The alleged traitor shook his head at the cries of his son. Shinobu, are you sure? And you, Fugaku? You yourself subconsciously have to understand how all this will end. We just rot in prison or in an underground pit. This is in the case of the first option. I believe the daughter of the fourth and Uzumaki Kushina. She looks like them, so it's not surprising that she offers the same thing that Minato once did. So if you're willing to sacrifice your son, then I'm not. By the way, where is Sasuke? I'm here, uncle. Removing the mask from his face, Sasuke finally said, who was tired of just standing and listening. Sasuke? The father of the aforementioned whispered in shock. After Itachi left, I assumed that he did it for a reason. More precisely, that's another reason, because you never told me that he was accused of killing Shisui. I got this information myself when I joined the Umbu. We were given information about criminals and their sins. So after that, I began to realize that some other mission or missions were placed on his shoulders. And when you suddenly turned your attention to me after he left, all my childhood guesses were confirmed. I hated my brother, but I also loved him, and that's why I believed that he was innocent. There had to be a reason. What are you talking about, Sasuke? You're shaming the clan, dancing to the tune of a Hokage woman, and you also got involved with this girl. He started throwing nasty things to Fugaku, as he was interrupted by the tip of a katana, which was almost at his throat. Don't you dare finish your thought, Uchiha Fugaku. If I disgrace the clan, I will leave it. If you don't like Tsunade-sama, make a claim to her personally. And if you don't believe the daughter of the fourth Hokage, then you're welcome. I personally helped her. With my help you viewed those terrible pictures. And I really feel sorry for Naruto, who did not regret and brought herself to faint, just to get to the truth as soon as possible. I used to be proud of my clan, but now it hurts me to look at what kind of creatures you turn into. What will happen when you come to power? Who will you push around if you expect to kill everyone who opposes you? In the end, everything will come to the point that you will all kill each other. Probably, it will be an epic of the history of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke finished, shooting angrily at all the representatives of his clan. Having failed to achieve the result, Uchiha snorted loudly, put the katana back in its sheath, slowly retreating to Uzumaki. The girl practically did not breathe while the young man was pronouncing his speech. She only managed to look into the eyes of a confused Mikoto-san before she disappeared with Umbu. He moved them to some empty house. Where are we? In my house. I started spending more time here when I met you. Before that, I was rarely here, because sometimes I absolutely did not want to go to my home, Uchiha replied, removing the mask from his head and the Umbu uniform from his body. After stretching his cramped muscles after a long stay without movement, after which he smiled wryly. I didn't plan it under such circumstances. In general, it doesn't matter. Come on, I'll show you where the bath and your room are. And don't even ask me to take you back to that house. I warned Tsunade-sama, if she says anything, that you are spending the night with her. It took about 10 minutes to show everything you need, adding to the above kitchen, his bedroom, living room and a small garden. The two of them watched the sunset until the sun completely disappeared below the horizon. We managed to see the first stars, as children make wishes and have a little snack in the kitchen. And having escorted Naruto to her room, Sasuke was already planning to go to his room, as Uzumaki hugged him tightly, kissed him on the cheek and murmured softly, "Thanks," and disappeared behind the door of her temporary room. And Uchiha stood and for some reason stupidly, but sincerely smiled. Is it his imagination, or is everything getting better between them? Sasuke woke up from a playful ray of sunshine that persistently and brazenly penetrated through the curtains. Mentally cursing the annoying celestial luminary, Uchiha already wanted to get up, but he just couldn't. Someone was huddled next to him, snuffling somewhere in the neck. Instantly waking up, the brunette stared with all his eyes at Naruto, who was lying close to him, frowning a little in her sleep. What is she doing here? Umbu asked himself, trying to get out. But the girl tightly squeezed his t-shirt, which was on the guy. It remained only to relax and wait for the time when Uzumaki wakes up. Having nothing to do, Sasuke began to look at the blonde more closely. He immediately noticed the very scar's mustaches that interested him even at the first meeting. Sasuke carefully and smoothly traced the lines, noting for himself that they did not look like scars at all. He thought that someone had done it, that these stripes were left by some bad uncle who ambushed a child or teenager in a dark alley and slashed his face with a knife. But now, time after time, swiping through the stripes, the owner of the Sharingan noticed that they practically do not feel like they were born or painted. But it is unlikely that the girl would draw herself like that. So, after all, from birth. And this could not but sadden the guy. However, these scars did not spoil the girl's appearance in any way. She was unique in her own way. Without excess, there was nothing special, but still a memorable personality. And it's worth remembering how some of his clan looked at her greedily yesterday. Sasuke grinned viciously, "Figushiki them, not Naruto Uzumaki." He has never noticed possessive tendencies behind him, but Jinchuriki Ninetail just won't give it to anyone. Neither to his clan, nor to the top of the village. The girl next to him stirred, but did not wake up, but only moved closer to the young man. So what should he do with her? Lying in bed all day? No, it sounds kind of ambiguous. But there's nowhere to go. Unknown fatigue rolled over the guy, dragging him back to the land of dreams. Danzo was sitting in the room with the elders. It was necessary to decide something about Naruto Uzumaki and the Uchiha clan. The advisors were still sitting quietly, giving the companion time to think about the problems. He was always a good advisor and strategist, so they always listened to him. Danzo, so what are we going to do? There are only 2 weeks left, and the girl not only refuses to prophesy anything, but yesterday she didn't even show up at home. Let Tsunade say that she is staying at her place, but I have suspicions that this is not the case. It seems that she still got along with Uchiha. And it can end very badly, Mitokado said, looking seriously at the same old man as him. We'll have to destroy it together with the Uchiha, we simply have no other choice, Shimura croaked, calmly drinking seagulls. But how so? And what if after her birthday she will have a gift, and we will remove it? What then? Utatane screeched, looking questioningly at the advisor. Danzo grimaced, but said nothing. Sometimes there are so many screams from these elders, they are already tired of them. But you need to be patient, otherwise everything will go down the drain for Kyubi. By the way, since we're talking about him. He chuckled, it seems that there is a good version of events. If she turns out to be on the side of the Uchi, then we will kill them, and we will capture the girl. And then we'll see what happens. Whether her mother's gift wakes up in her or not does not matter. She is still the bearer of the strongest Biju, especially since she is the only one who can keep him in check. For sure, the fox is chained in Kushina's subconscious, which means that he will be only too happy to be free. It remains only to get the girl, and then we will come to absolute power. The dark-haired man in bandages enthusiastically finished his speech, absolutely not noticing what words he was saying. The elders exchange glances, nod to each other and agree to help Danzo in everything. After all, he knows exactly what to do and how to act. Without him, there would be no them. They will support Shimura, as they have done so far. Naruto woke up from the fact that it became hot and difficult to breathe. Opening her eyes, the girl saw only a dark spot in front of her, but it was already light in the room. She'd had a good night's sleep. Sitting up on the bed, the blonde looked around, noticing that the interior of the room does not correspond to the one where she settled yesterday. Looking back, Uzumaki froze. Uchiha Sasuke was sleeping next to her, quietly jumping up and running out of the room. Naru returned to her room, trying to calm her pounding heart. How did she end up in Sasuke's bedroom? How did she get there? Memory began to work sluggishly, after which she told the hostess about everything. It turns out that she couldn't sleep in her new place, so she went to the Uchiha. He only sleepily patted next to him, and then hugged him completely, falling asleep again. Naruto tossed and turned for a few seconds, and then closed her eyes and also fell asleep. The Biju bearer felt her cheeks burning like hell. It had to be like that. The girl prayed for one thing, so that Sasuke would not wake up before that. She hoped she could pretend that nothing had happened, but how was she to know that the owner of the house woke up the second she fled to her room? Sasuke smiled contentedly when he saw the escape from his room through slightly opened eyes. Naruto looked so cute. Let it be your way, Naruto, Uchiha thought, getting out of bed, heading to the bathroom. You should clean yourself up and talk to the girl. To talk seriously, Jiraiya was playing pranks in the room of his hotel room. Today there should be a meeting with the Uchiha again, who will either respond positively or negatively. Tsunade hopes that they will help after all. And Itachi just won't be able to leave his younger brother in trouble. Yes, blackmail can work at the same time. Yes, and it doesn't matter, the main thing is to help, and then it will be seen. There was a knock on the door. The white-haired man literally jumped to the door, opening it, not bothering to ask, "Who is there?" But it was not necessary, as familiar faces appeared, who immediately brazenly entered the room of the Toad Hermit. Other comrades followed them. Jiraiya did not understand much, but he did not prevent the penetration into the living space. So what have you decided, Itachi? We will help you, however, we will have conditions. First, a few days before the incident, we will have to infiltrate the village of List. We will need to prepare for everything on the spot. Secondly, after all this, we are not put under arrest, but are allowed to leave quietly. Thirdly, it will be necessary to talk later with the head of the Uchiha clan. You understand why and why, Uchiha replied. I'll send word to Tsunade today. I think she'll agree. Recently, a meeting was held between the Uchiha and my goddaughter. Oh, your father has a difficult character, Itachi. Jiraiya shook his head, telling about the recent events. And what are they planning to do? How's Sasuke? The clan's response is still unknown, but almost half were against the coup. And Sasuke? Tsunade wrote that he challenged his own father. Fugaku is probably in shock from what happened. One of the legendary trio grinned. Itachi smiled faintly at this statement. Wow, and his little brother has grown into a real man. He thought that Ototo would remain a capricious boy, but that's what he did. Underestimated. By the way, how is Deidara? Uchiha asked again. They say that the memory is gone. But that doesn't seem to be the case, right? Jiraiya squinted, suspecting that blonde man of espionage. Who knows, Jiraiya-sama, who knows? Naruto decided to take a walk while Sasuke was called to the Hokage. She still feels embarrassed after the aforementioned one came into the kitchen where Uzumaki was preparing their breakfast. He smiled so brazenly and contentedly that he desperately wanted to punch. Let her lack the proper reaction and speed, but she can really hurt. To definitely not smile like that anymore. And then a conversation took place that surprised the Biju bearer. Sasuke offered to move in with him so as not to return to that house anymore. But he asked her not to rush to answer, but for now she can stay in his house. It was nice to have someone take care of her. After all, this has never happened before. And it warmed my heart incredibly, plus, she likes Sasuke. So being around someone who brings bright colors into her life is not so bad. Only here, what does Uchiha himself feel about her? Can she count on something more than just friendship? Then someone grabs her by the hand, and after that the girl finds herself on the Hokage rock. The stranger in the hood holds her hand tightly, clearly not going to let go of her even a step. Naruto could have screamed more than once, but for some reason I didn't want to. She subconsciously knew that this man would not harm her, having entered such a familiar cave, where the meeting took place yesterday. The stranger went deep into it. Approaching one of the walls, the man put his palm to it, releasing the chakra. Suddenly, the wall moved aside, opening a passage. They walked for another 5 minutes in absolute silence and darkness. A door appeared in the distance, which the stranger immediately opened, letting Naruto go ahead. When the girl turned around, she saw in front of her an attractive young blonde man with exactly the same blue eyes as herself. The man smiled at her affably and tenderly, as if he finally saw her after a long time. Hello, Naruto. We don't know each other personally, but I know you. I'm Tsukuri Deidara, your second cousin. 14 days before the main event, Tsunade made a good gift. She freed Sasuke from missions for a few days, while shooting him with a sly look. Uchiha felt uncomfortable, but said nothing. You never know what's on Godame's mind, it's better not to bicker once again. Sasuke just thanked him dryly and disappeared from the office of the head of the village. Now he has a few free days to spend with Naruto. Uchiha felt a certain embarrassment, remembering the girl. Did he hurry up with such a statement? Probably, it was not worth rushing things, although the guy was sure that Uzumaki herself was not eager to return to that house. So he was counting on a positive response. However, no one was at home, which could not but alarm. The young man recalled that Naru had talked about a walk, but 2 hours had passed, and she was still not there. And this is alarming. He'll wait another hour, and then he'll start looking. The allotted hour had almost expired when Uchiha heard the familiar voice of Uzumaki, who, apparently, was approaching his house. However, a man's laughter could be heard along with it. Looking out of the window, Sasuke was horrified. One of the Akatsukis, Tsukuri Deidara, was walking next to Jinchuriki. Turning on the Sharingan, the brunette jumped out into the street, immediately blocking the confused girl. Sasuke? What's going on? He is a criminal, and you are calmly walking down the street with him. Do you think this is normal? Without taking his eyes off the blonde, and Bushnik growled, glad that there was almost no one on the street. Deidara was neither surprised nor scared. He just stood there and watched Itachi's little brother trying to burn holes in him with his eyes. I wanted to laugh, but not now. A little later, when the situation becomes clearer. I'm not a criminal. Tsunade-sama should have informed you that I'm not dangerous. I have a chakra, but only a small part, Tsukuri replied, still looking into the red eyes with 3 commas. Bah, Chan should have told you that he was released under your responsibility. Isn't that what you were called for? Uzumaki asked in turn, coming out from behind the brunette, standing opposite him near the alleged criminal. Sasuke blinked dumbfounded several times, turned off the Sharingan, thought for a few seconds, and, throwing "Go into the house," disappeared. The blondes looked at each other, smiled and laughed out loud. The shocked Uchiha is worth a lot. It's strange that Tsunade-sama didn't tell him. Finally, having finished laughing, Day said, leveling his breathing and wiping away the tears that had appeared. Yes, it's strange. But Bachan has always been a schemer, so it's not surprising that she didn't say anything. Oh, at least she took revenge for the morning in a peculiar way, Uzumaki grinned, leading her brother home. And what happened in the morning? The criminal seemed to be innocently interested, although there were a variety of thoughts in his head. The answer was silence and the girl's face slowly blushing. Tsunade was sitting and sorting through waste paper in a great mood. Nothing pleases like a little nastiness to others. Especially when nothing bad seems to have happened. But, as it turned out, some do not understand innocent jokes. Hokage-sama. Uchiha practically growled as soon as he entered the office. What is it, Sasuke? I gave a few days of rest. Are you really already rushing on a mission? Or did something happen? The woman innocently asked, still not looking up, so as not to show how fervently her eyes sparkle. Hokage-sama, why didn't you tell me that I was sent under the supervision of a criminal, Tsukuri Deidara? And anyway, is it normal that he walks alone with Naruto? Quite, Sasuke. Deidara is not our enemy, but I can't tell you more, I'm sorry. Didn't tell you? I must have worked really hard, so I forgot. Well, the fact that he walks with Naruto-chan. It's normal that brother and sister spend time together, the slug princess replied with a shrug, finally raising her gaze to the frozen guy. How are brother and sister? They have a different surname, and you said so. Uchiha did not understand, looking at Godame in shock. The father of the fourth had a brother who left the family when he was still young. That's why he didn't know anything about him. Sito Namikaze, Minato's uncle, had a daughter who married Tsukuri Dea. That's where Deidara comes from. And if Minato did not know any of his relatives at all, except for his parents, then Sito followed the life of his brother, nephew and great-niece. However, Sito died after hiding all his notes. And just a few years ago, a curious Deidara found them, asking his mother about everything. Here are the very documents, you can look through. Having finished her story, the Hokage took out a thick folder, handing them to the young guy. He quickly flipped through them and put them back on the table. Couldn't you have told me everything right away? Uchiha squinted suspiciously, flashing his Sharingan. You won't scare me with your eyes, it doesn't work. And why didn't she say? It wouldn't be interesting, Tsunade responded cheerfully, laughing. Yes, definitely, he did something nasty, things are sweet. 13 days before the main events, Uchiha Fugaku is standing in front of the door to the Hokage's office, frantically trying to calm the off-scale heartbeat. For some reason, when drawing up a plan to seize power, he was not so worried. But to come practically to the head of the village with a confession is so scary. No, he's a grown man, what should he be afraid of? Well, except for a good and strong kick from the strongest woman in the village. Taking a deep breath, the man knocked and opened the door, immediately passing forward. Tsunade, as always, was sitting at her desk, only this time she was relaxed, drinking tea and eating dango, enjoying relative freedom. Hokage-sama. Oh, stop talking so officiously, Fugaku. We are adults, so we will talk in an adult way. To begin with, have you thought about everything well? Are you sure you need to do all this? Or did you decide to fight for Konoha and for peace? Drilling an adult man, Godame asked, setting the cup away from herself. In an unexpected rush, she can either break it or launch it into flight. And there, maybe, it will hit someone. Are you sure the girl isn't lying? I don't believe in all this, especially in the predictions that are passed down from generation to generation, Uchiha replied with a shrug. Your Sharingan is transmitted, Byakugan and other clan techniques too. Why can't such a phenomenon as foresight exist? This is nonsense. I can't believe it until I can make sure otherwise, Fugaku said, looking almost defeated into Hokage's eyes. However, she did not say anything, just took out a piece of paper from the drawer, and then handed it to the man. Uchiha only raised an eyebrow questioningly, but picked it up and began to read. As they read, the eyebrows went up, and the eyes opened wider and wider. How? This is what is called the gift of foresight. So, Fugaku, think carefully before giving an answer. I hope it will be positive. Uchiha didn't answer anything, just bowed briefly and left the office. He'll have a lot to think about. And also talk to the advisors. Oh, a hard time is coming. Sasuke carefully and quietly opened the door to his house, where, according to the idea, Naruto and Deidara should be waiting for him. They waited, though in the kitchen, talking calmly and drinking tea. Both blondes laughed loudly at another joke, after which they noticed Uchiha, who was standing in the doorway, leaning on the door jamb. Sasuke, how did you go? Naruto asked, coming closer to the brunette. It's fine, only you could immediately say that relatives. They made such a mess together with the Hokage, exposing me as a scapegoat, the owner of the Sharingan squeezed out, after which he snorted and left the room, heading to his room. Uzumaki guiltily lowered her gaze, returning to her former place, without raising her blue eyes from the floor. Tsukuri also felt some guilt, even though he shouldn't have felt it. It didn't work out well, the brother and sister understood it. What to do? I think he won't forgive me for this, Naru said ruefully, dropping her head on her hands lying on the table in a crossed form. Try to apologize, and there, act as your heart tells you, Day answered, putting his hand on his shoulder, trying to cheer up the girl. He didn't want to see his little sister so sad. The blonde got to her feet, smiled slightly at her brother, and then hurried into the room of the owner of the house. Tsukuri himself stayed in the kitchen, feeling a little superfluous in the life of the acquired sister. But he immediately dismissed these thoughts. His mother always told him not to leave his family, no matter what it was. Let him, Deidara, be called Mama's son, but he always obeyed his elders, especially his mother. Hey, you're not going to leave her all alone, are you? The young man asked into the void, not actually addressing anyone. The answer was silence, and only two pairs of animal eyes, red and purple, blinked in the darkness of the corridor, leaving the question unanswered. But Day already knew that his sister would never be alone, no matter how much the elders would like it. Naruto quietly crept up to Sasuke's room, hesitantly knocking on the door. But no one responded. There was absolute silence outside the door, which could not but alert. But Uzumaki, thinking that he was still upset and angry at her, did not break in. However, for the sake of checking, the girl opened the door a crack, immediately freezing in place. Uchiha was lying on the bed on his right side facing the entrance. His eyes were closed, and judging by his peaceful breathing, he was already asleep. Uzumaki carefully slipped through a small opening, fearing that the door might creak at any moment if it was opened unsuccessfully. Squatting beside the bed, the almost 18-year-old girl began to watch the sleeper. Of course, he fell asleep quickly, which was surprising, but if you compare recent events, then probably his body was tired. It was necessary to leave and let her sleep, but the Biju bearer could not take her eyes off the guy. Sasuke was truly beautiful until he started frowning. In the sleep stage, he is relaxed and smiles a little. Naru didn't even have time to notice how her lips themselves broke into a smile. The guy shuddered slightly, which caused the hair to cover part of his face. Obeying internal instincts, Jinchuriki almost weightlessly picks up the hair, reopening the sleeping face. After that, Sasuke smiled a little wider, continuing to sleep. Naruto blushed. The damned serpent is a tempter. Smiling guiltily, Uzumaki kissed Uchiha on the cheek, quietly flying out of the room, not noticing how the eyelids opened after that, revealing black eyes in which fire burned. 12 to 7 days before the start of the main events, the next few days flew by unnoticed. For 2 more days Sasuke enjoyed the company of Naruto and Deidara, who, contrary to the thoughts of the brunette, still turned out to be a good guy. They managed to talk enough, practice a little and tighten up their uzumaki skills. Uchiha was satisfied with the level of strength of Jinchuriki's newfound brother, not afraid, if anything, to leave him to look after her. And after receiving the notification from the Hokage, Sasuke realized that he was looking into the water. The mission is not difficult, but it is long. Calculated for 5 days, you need to check some points where it has been too active lately. Tsunade ordered to return either as soon as they finish, or as soon as they find out something worthwhile. She also ordered to get ready quickly and leave in an hour. But, Hokage-sama, execute. Tsunade barked, after which a small detachment of Umbu bowed and disappeared. Her gaze fell on a small report by Jirai, and at the end she needed an answer to the conditions set by Akatsuki. I hope I won't regret it, Itachi, Godame thought, leaving a positive answer. The frog croaked and disappeared, going to his master. Soon, very soon, everything will begin. What, are you going on a mission? Naruto asked in shock, looking at the gathering brunette. He was already in Umbu uniform, it remained only to collect weapons, take a katana and a mask. Tsunade-sama is worried that there are some bursts of activity in the south and east of the village. My group and I have to check all this thoroughly. It looks like I will be gone for about 3 or 4 days for sure, Uchiha replied, shaking his head from side to side, avoiding meeting the piercing gaze of blue eyes. But still, why send Umbu? And if it's not so serious there? Uzumaki insisted. Deidara was not nearby, but the brunette felt his chakra behind the wall. Eavesdropping. I do not know, but, look at me. Naruto shouted. Sasuke shuddered and still looked into the girl's eyes. There was an amazing cocktail of feelings, ranging from a little panic, ending with anxiety about the mission. It's going to be all right, isn't it? Jinchuriki whispered softly, making the heart of the Uchiha clan representative tremble. The guy couldn't stand it and still hugged the girl, who was so genuinely worried about him that it became uncomfortable. Everything will be fine, I promise. There was no news for the second day, but Deidara drove away from bad thoughts, pulling his sister to the very training ground where Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha met for the first time. Naru openly told everything to her brother, who just kept silent and listened. And it was worth telling about his concern, as the blonde laughed under the bewildered and indignant look of the girl. You just fell in love, sis, that's all, Tsukuri replied, still laughing, getting up from the ground and starting training. Oddly enough, but it helped to distract, which could not but please the former member of the Akatsuki. The blonde increasingly noticed that Naruto was in dreams, completely not focusing on training. I had to give a kind of jolts for concentration. The method of blackmail has always been convincing for such cases. Naruto visited Bachan every day, asking about Sasuke's mission. She smiled slyly, but did not say anything worthwhile. She only denied that everything was fine so far. The old schemer! Uzumaki exclaimed, immediately retreating from the office. For such intemperance, even she could feel the strength of her grandmother. But Tsunade only laughed, telling Deyu that let it go as it is. But Deidara was still trying to get at least some information to calm his sister down. Still managed, albeit a little. They have already checked the south, will soon go to the east, and then return back. There is very little left, you just have to be patient. And Naruto endured. However, the anxiety did not leave her heart. Something has to happen soon. 6 days before the main event, Sasuke breathed out a sigh of relief. Their mission was finally over. The Hokage was worried in vain. There was nothing serious, well, except that they saw Akatsuki once, but they didn't do anything forbidden. We just stopped for a day in a small village, and then continued on our way. Of course, he knew that his brother was listed there, but no matter how negatively his father spoke about Itachi, Sasuke could not get used to the idea that he was guilty of something, especially murder. And after I found out the partial truth about that unfortunate case. No, Itachi couldn't have killed his best friend in any way, it's just absurd. Itachi and Sasuke were supposedly siblings, so the probability that the first was able to kill the second is negligible. "Captain, are you all right?" Bear asked, putting his hand on Tom's shoulder. "Yes, it's all right. Go, rest, I'll drop by the Hokage myself, especially since I need to talk to her," Hawk replied in a cool voice. The subordinates exchanged glances, nodded and disappeared. They never doubted their captain. It seemed to them that the Buddha had sent them a truly wonderful and responsible captain who would never leave them in trouble, always cheer and calm them down. They were fabulously lucky. But on this mission, they noticed a certain anxiety in the actions of the commander. He answered the question briefly, "There will be a storm soon, be ready." And Uchiha himself was glad that his subordinates were not stupid or inept. They always and quickly grasp on the fly, immediately understand his instructions and act as befits a real and professional Anbu. After knocking on the door and waiting for permission, Uchiha opened the door, entering inside. However, besides Tsunade, there was also his father, Uchiha Fugaku. Godame only nodded briefly to him, then turned her gaze back to the man. "I take it this is the final answer?" "Are you sure, Fugaku?" The Slug Princess asked, closely watching both the leader of the Uchiha clan and the son of the aforementioned. "He is standing near the wall, leaning against it with his back." "Yes, this is the final decision," said Fugaku firmly, imperceptibly shooting a glance at Anbu. "Great, I hope I won't regret it." The man bowed briefly, turned around and headed for the door, near which his son was standing. Fugaku finally whispered a few words, then left. Sasuke immediately moved closer to the Hokage's desk, starting his report. After about 10 minutes, the young man finished, after which there was silence in the office for a few moments. "I see. But I'm glad nothing serious happened. It was, rather, to calm the soul. Accept my apologies and then pass them on to your subordinates. And now let's go directly to the Uchiha." Sasuke had no choice but to tune into a serious conversation. The young Uchiha entered the clan's native lands for the first time in a little over a week. There was a certain nostalgia, although not so much time had passed, although there was a feeling that he had not been here for at least 6 months, and maybe more. Walking through the familiar streets of his native mini-town, Sasuke unmistakably found his home, where he had lived for the last 18 years. He slowly opened the main doors, stepping inside. Mikoto, surprised by the late visit of someone, looked dumbfounded at her youngest son, only to rush in with hugs the next moment. Sasuke, hugging his mother to him, only now realized how much he missed her. Mikoto was chirping about something, not knowing what she was talking about. "Mom, where's Dad?" "In my room, dear," Uchiha said with a smile, and managed to ask a question before her son left. "By the way, answer me one question, what's up with you and Naruto-chan?" And she laughed, noticing the light color of the cheeks of the youngest child. He didn't answer, thinking that mom already understood. An amazing woman. After knocking, Sasuke opened the door, went in and sat down opposite the parent. "Hello, father." "Hello, son. Do you understand why I called you?" "I guess. It's about Naruto and your plan," the younger Uchiha responded coolly, without taking his eyes off Fugaku. "Yes. I talked to the clan advisors. They agreed with Naruto Uzumaki and decided that it was better to support Konoha and Godame in general. Moreover, one of them confirmed the girl's words that the gift passed from her mother. Kushina also possessed it, except that he was poorly developed," Fugaku answered honestly, looking intently at his son. "So the clan decided to give up power? This, of course, pleases me. There will be no extra blood." Sasuke nods his head after analyzing the information. "Why are you against it? Would it be bad?" The chief in the police is feigning surprise, trying to clarify the situation. "I would have gone against the clan anyway, father. Even if there wasn't all this arrangement with Naruto and Hokage. I didn't like what you put on my shoulders after Itachi left. Moreover, it does not flatter me to kill ordinary citizens. Even if there were no such gift and predictions, would still go against you, father. I wouldn't let you get to Naruto so easily," Sasuke replied firmly, looking unshakably at one of the parents. "Why do you cling to her so much? Son, answer honestly, are you in love? Are you dating?" The Uchiha was bombarded with questions, suspecting that 100% of the answer to one question would be positive. Sasuke rolled his eyes to the ceiling. "And why are parents always so perceptive?" Captain Umbu was returning to his house at the 11th hour. The parents did not want to let their younger son go in any way, especially after additional facts became clear. Mikoto, however, didn't seem unhappy with the choice. "My father grumbled, but didn't say anything against it. And only this warmed the soul. Really, if everything goes well, they won't be against Naruto? The lights are still on in the house, which means that the household is still awake. Or one of the blondes is waiting for him to return." Silently opening the door, Sasuke slipped inside, immediately locking the lock. The living room was dark, but the light was coming from around the corner where the kitchen was. Going in there, the guy saw a truly beautiful picture. Naruto was sleeping on folded arms, and not far from her was a mug of tea, which had definitely cooled down. He quietly approaches, weightlessly touching the girl's bangs, removing it from her eyes. Uzumaki mumbled something inarticulate, but still snored. Uchiha smiled, and how can he not fall in love with such a miracle? Try not to wake her up. She hasn't been sleeping well for 2 nights already. She had some nightmares. She didn't share it with me, she was afraid. Fortunately, he is now quietly walking through the realm of dreams. Where have you been? The voice of the blonde man who came in behind the brunette sounded, who sometimes yawned. Apparently, Sasuke woke him up after all. First the report and the conversation with the Hokage. Then I dropped by my parents. The Uchiha revised their plan, decided to act on Konoha's side, Sasuke replied, carefully lifting the sleeping beauty in his arms, heading for the stairs leading up. Don't take it to her room, there's not much there. Nara raged, Deidara grinned, passing by the frozen guy. And he turned around, as if he remembered something. By the way, be ready to be squeezed to death. Naruto promised me that. Tsukuri laughed softly, retreating to his room. Sasuke had no choice but to take this miracle to himself. There were no other options. And sleeping in the living room is not the most pleasant. There's a hard sofa there. Uchiha made a note to replace him, but then. And now, having put the burden on the bed, the brunette perched side by side, in order to plunge into the world of dreams in the next moment. Yes, the morning promises to be fun. 5 to 3 days before the main events, as Deidara said, as soon as he saw and identified the brunette Uchiha, Naruto immediately squeezed him in her arms. And if not to death and half to death, then to unconsciousness for sure. Tsukuri himself, standing on the sidelines, was giggling meanly, completely unaware that soon he would be overtaken by the punishment of the blonde. And as soon as Uzumaki noticed that Umbu was almost foaming at the mouth, she immediately noticed her brother, who was still laughing at the guy in the corner. Naruto was worried, and as she turned away for a second to check Sasuke's condition, she discovered that the former nuke had evaporated. Day immediately sensed something was wrong, so he quietly slipped into his room. I mentally wished good luck and forgiveness to the captain, and also realized that it was better not to bother Naru once again like this. And a girl who is head over heels in love, even more so. Meanwhile, Jinchuriki turned her attention back to Sasuke, who had already regained consciousness and was sitting relaxed on the couch. He stared steadily into the blue eyes while Naruto slowly but surely blushed under the gaze of the dark eyes. How was the mission? Uzumaki asked quietly, sitting down in a chair opposite. Passable. It can't be said that everything is completely bad, but acceptable. Except that Akatsuki's strange behavior, realizing that he had uttered unnecessary information, Uchiha bit his tongue. But there was a girl sitting across from him who has excellent hearing because of the Kyuubi sitting inside. The blonde, as far as he knows, is very curious. It's not for nothing that I've always been interested in the different countries he visited on missions. Namikaze's daughter herself frowned, trying to remember where she had already heard this word. Exactly, in some conversations between Godfather and Bachan. However, secretly overheard. But it doesn't matter. Akatsuki, right? I heard from Grandma and Godfather about them, but I never understood who, what and how, Naruto said thoughtfully, frowning. Akatsuki is an organization consisting of a group of renegade ninja, although in fact they were simply thrown out of the villages because of the uselessness or danger of their skills. They receive various missions, for which, of course, they pay good money. Although who knows, replied Kurama, who materialized into a small fox near the girl. Sasuke started up, activating the Sharingan unconsciously. Sasuke? Everything is fine, he's a friend, really. Jinchuriki tried to calm down her friend, lover, but he kept looking at Kyuubi. Kyuubi, isn't it? Sasuke ignored Naruto's words, still turning off the dojutsu. The fox grinned, nodding positively. That's right, Uchiha. But don't turn on your lights anymore, I might react the wrong way. Oh, how Naruchan will cry later, Kurama. The aforementioned one screamed, Aliyah like a poppy. But she quickly pulled herself together, continuing in a normal voice. How do you know so much? I won't tell you, I have my own sources of information. However, let's continue. According to the official version, the Akatsukis hunt Biju to revive Jubi, to create something terrible. However, 18 years have passed, but not a single demon has been caught. And this means that they were only hiding behind this version. There's something else here, but even I don't know. Kyuubi gave out, after which he turned into a clod of chakra, flying into the girl's stomach. The young people spent several minutes in silence analyzing the information received. Probably, after all, we will have to have a serious talk with Deidara, because, after all, he was a member of this organization. Getting into Konoha wasn't as difficult as some of the Akatsukis thought. But it's still problematic, even if they were brought by Jiraiya-sama. Izumo and Kotetsu, the gate guards and issuing passes for guests, looked with a strange squint at those who came with Sannin. But they didn't say anything. If anything, they are not to blame, although the hokage will skin them if something is wrong, but these are the little things of life. Jiraiya led them in a roundabout way, where there are always fewer people, or even not at all. After all, Itachi's condition must be fulfilled. After leading a group of Nukanins to a 2-story spacious house that was once acquired by him, the toad hermit bit his thumb, leaning against an invisible barrier. Good protection, Jiraiya-sama, even with the help of Sharingan, not everything is visible. The voice of the second Uchiha, whose identity was still unknown to the white-haired man, was heard. But in response, he only proudly straightened up, letting Akatsuki pass to him. Everyone liked the spacious house. That's where they have to spend about a week. After all, 5 days before the holiday, the day of the holiday, and after at least a day. After the unknown Uchiha, Itachi passed, followed by Konan and 2 guys who never took off their hood. Jiraiya was interested, but maybe a little later they will reveal themselves. Make yourself comfortable. There should be enough places, even if you settle one by one. I think there are 4 or 5 rooms here. Haven't been here for a long time, about a couple of years. But the seal does not give time to rule over the house, so there is not a speck of dust here. Which is very gratifying, said Sannin, settling himself in an armchair. The mysterious Uchiha looked reverently in his direction, then suddenly bowed and said that he would go check the rooms and rest. The other 4 participants of the Akatsuki sat opposite the man. So who are you? The white-haired man asked, looking alternately from one cloaked figure to another. Konan, you've grown prettier, you're not that little girl anymore. Glad you asked, Jiraiya, sensei, a voice came from under one hood. It seemed to the writer that time somehow stopped. It was worth recognizing the voice of an old student. Even though enough time has passed, he will never forget the voices of his first students, even if they have changed. The fabric is pulled back and a red-haired young man with brown eyes and a kind smile is presented to the light, Fuma Yahiko. Yahiko. You've grown up, become a real man. And you're not the crybaby I remember you, Jiraiya joked at the former student, looking at how Konan giggles into his fist, and Fuma himself blushes. If you 2 are here, then you are, yes, Jiraiya-sensei. The hood is now lowered and the second one, showing the light red hair, eyes, from the pupil of which waves were coming, and an awkward smile. Uzumaki Nagato. So this is it, we are officially starting to prepare for the holiday. The villagers already know what to do, and you, shinobi, must ensure safety both during cooking and until the very end. Umbu, which will sometimes get in your way, need to be distinguished from others, from the root. I don't really trust them, so first you have to understand that the usual ones will have red bandages. If there are no such, try not to give yourself away, and do not engage in battle in any case. Is that clear? Any questions? Tsunade asked the assembled shinobi, starting with genins, ending with hunins and umbu. But, Hokage-sama, why so much trouble? The boy who recently became a genin asked. But, Hokage-sama, why so much trouble? The boy who recently became a genin asked. You don't need to know that yet. But understand and put aside in your head all that is being said here. If anything, ask your hunin. If there are no more questions, everyone is free, and the umbu personally wear bandages with me. When everything was done, Senja decided to walk to the Uchi quarter. Work was in full swing there. Grandmothers, mothers and daughters, if available, made up the menu for the festive banquet and the fair, which will be open the day before the main events. Do you want something, Hokage-sama? A male voice belonging to Fugaku was heard from behind. But without waiting for an answer, he walked forward, leading Godame. There were no incidents after our cooperation was announced. There were, but only self-confident young people and a few from the older generation. And so everyone even breathed a sigh of relief. You were right. In everything, Uchiha replied dejectedly, thanking his wife about the timely delivered cold tea. For the beginning of October, the weather was warm, and with all this running around, it was hot. It was already getting colder earlier. I see. But I didn't meet Sasuke. Where is he? Tsunade asked, also sipping tea. Delicious and cool, damn it. I don't even know. In the morning he still helped us, and after lunch he ran away. Maybe he's in his house with Naruto and Deidara. By the way, how did you allow such a thing that the criminal was not only near my son, but also near Jinchuriki? Nothing personal, but choose expressions for Naruto. Hokage frowned, and then continued, it's simple, Tsukuri Deidara left Akatsuki, came here with a confession, and is also a relative of Naruto. Second cousin. I see. Have you heard anything from the top? No, and it's very strange. I think I'll visit them tomorrow. I have a bad feeling. And now I'll go, there are still things to do. Thanking Mikoto for tea and Fugaku for hospitality, the woman hurried to the residence. Something is definitely going to happen or has already happened. That's just what and where. 2 days before the main events, Danzo, in a good mood, was sitting at his headquarters of the Umbu route. Soon, very soon, his era of rule will come. He will displace this fool, Tsunade Senju. Exterminate the entire Uchiha clan, which has been quiet lately. However, it is not surprising. After all, they plan to get rid of both him and the Hokage. Maybe in the midst of a war they can conclude a treaty. And then he will start destroying one by one, citing unforeseen circumstances. Yes, that would be best. And then, after all this nonsense, he will get both the nine-tailed and the girl, who must surely have a gift. If not, it's still important. Living side by side with the strongest Biju for such a long time is already a feat, and if you subdue, even more so. Shimura grins rapaciously, things are still in his favor, anyway, Mother Fate. However, now it's worth lying down for now and not sticking out before the holiday begins. And also to wash his sword, which was bloody. Oh, he'll need it, definitely. After all, he took out his anger for everything on the elders. In the meantime, we still need to think over a strategy. Oh, how hard it is to think for the good of the village of List. Tsunade winced. It's one thing not to transfer these two to the spirit, jokingly still wishing for death. It's another thing when you watch the Umbu assemble the advisors piece by piece. Former advisors. So that the Hokage does not feel for them, you will not wish such a death even to the enemy. Hokage-sama, we're done. What to do next? One of the Umbu reported, nodding at the ceiling scrolls, where all the body parts of the two elders were transferred. Inform the Hunins and the rest of the Umbu. For everyone else, the strictest secret. And call the hawk to me. Bring the elders to Shizun personally and ask them not to ask unnecessary questions. Let him check everything he can, and then report back to me. Execute. Tsunade ordered, returning to her office. The two Umbu had no choice but to follow their Kage's orders. It's a hard job. Did you call, Tsunade-sama? Uchiha asked a question. It was worth appearing in the office in Umbu clothes. But he only wanted to invite Naruto for a walk, at the same time to watch the preparations for the holiday. Yes. Although he could have been without a uniform. Okay, it doesn't matter now. Utatane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura were discovered this morning in a very specific way, the view, replied Tsunade, leaning back in her chair. Naked, or what? Uchiha said with a hint of sarcasm, after which he continued in a serious voice, "Is everything that bad?" "Yes, in small pieces, which was harder to assemble than a puzzle." Sasuke choked on air. No, he didn't like them, but, in such a brutal way. Even he wouldn't have thought of that. On the other hand, no one else will be able to command Naruto. Although, have you found Danzo? No, most likely this guy is hiding at his root. Bad. So, we should expect a blow on a holiday. Okay, I'll tell my dad to have everyone ready, just in case. Thank you, Sasuke. You can go. Having given the command, at ease, Tsunade plunged into her thoughts. Her premonition came true. And you don't need to be a seer for this. What do you crave so much, Danzo? How do you mean? Fugaku raised his voice, looking at his son in shock. Sasuke has just finished narrating a conversation with the Hokage, where he told everything in detail. It is also about suspicions that Shimura Danzo could have done all this, but there is no evidence yet. After taking a sip of water, the brunette took a breath. That's right, father. Hokage she herself is in shock, because it was with her that the parts from the bodies were collected. The poor Umbu who did it. Oh, what should I do now? Mikoto said, lamenting. You need to be on your guard, not only I think so, but also the Hokage. It's possible that Danzo doesn't know that the clan has signed an agreement with Tsunade-sama. And this means that his anger can be directed at us. You can expect anything, Sasuke replied. Okay, I'll call a council, and then we'll think about everything together. Come here in a couple of hours, Fugaku said, getting up and leaving the room. It is necessary to urgently think through all possible moves on the day of the holiday. Captain Umbu sighed dejectedly. So his walk with Naruto was covered. Uchiha was returning late. The full moon shone full on the earth, as if mocking the growing storm. Catching his breath, Umbu quietly slipped past the front door, sneaking up to the kitchen. A small snack and sleep. However, both blondes were already there, talking quietly about something. But this is not a problem for someone who owns a Sharingan. Are you sure? Of course. The weather is fine, preparations are in full swing, why not invite you for a walk? Especially since the fair opens tomorrow, it will be fun and beautiful, Naruto assured her brother, flying away to the land of dreams and hope. But don't let it burn you, you fool, Day replied affectionately, pulling his sister's head, shaggy hair. She squeaked indignantly, fighting off her brother's persistent hands. Having won back her long hair, the girl began to smooth them out, tying them into two lower tails. After all, going to bed soon, why torment them in vain? By the way, I've been meaning to ask for a long time, where is Minato-san's pendant? Which one is it? Uzumaki didn't understand. Mom told me that Grandpa once confessed that he left an oblong green crystal to his brother in memory of himself. A little later, already following the life of Minato-san, this very pendant was on his nephew's neck. After the death of your parents, you should have had it, Tsukuri replied, when at that time Sasuke was trying to analyze what had just been said. If he understood everything correctly, then, that pendant. You know, until I switched to homeschooling, I sometimes walked around a small marina, like to watch sunsets or sunrises, as lucky. I was 6 when I noticed my 1-year-old there, who was sitting and almost didn't cry. I do not know what motivated me, but I decided to sit down next to him. We had a little conversation, after which he confessed that his brother had left him. I thought he was dead, so I decided to give him a pendant as a sign of consolation, saying that it would serve as support and comfort for him. After that, I didn't meet with him anymore, because after a while I was already studying on my own at home. That's all. And I never asked him his name, smiling sadly, I told a little story of Uzumaki. I see. Well, let's go to bed. Sasuke probably decided to stay with his parents. You never know what could have happened. Come on, let's go. Taking his sister by the hand, Deidara took her into the room. A few minutes later, she was already sleeping peacefully, covered with a blanket. Now it was clear to Tsukuri where this pendant suddenly appeared on Sasuke's neck. The day was coming to its logical end. All the kids were rushing home to their parents, tired of walking with friends in the park all day. They know that delicious and hot food is waiting for them at home, a soft and loving mother, a slightly strict and still beloved father, as well as older or younger brothers or sisters, who are lucky. However, there was one boy who did not want to leave his place in any way. He was sitting on the dock, looking into the distance. He squeezed and unclenched his eyes several times, hoping that all this was a dream or a qualitative illusion. But no matter how much he tried, the little boy began to lose hope. He was sad and lonely. Suddenly, someone's footsteps were heard heading exactly towards him. He turned his head to the man who dared to sit down next to him. It turned out to be a girl with previously unseen yellow hair and bright blue eyes, even against the background of the setting sun. Compared to her, he's like a shadow, a rotten reflection in the sun. Black-haired with the same dark eyes. Unremarkable. Her image struck to the core. The boy had never met such dazzling people before. "Hi, what are you doing here?" the girl asked, not taking her eyes off the deep black eyes. "Just sitting." "Is it impossible?" the boy muttered, not knowing what to do. He didn't communicate much with the opposite sex, mom doesn't count. And he was afraid of them, the girls. "Why, you can. It's just that all the children have already gone home, and you, as I see, are not even in a hurry." And what could he say to that? She is a stranger to him, but she has such a warm and bright aura. Simple, it's hard for me to be there. "No, my parents are fine," the dark-haired man replied before the obvious question escaped the blonde's lips. "Simple, recently my brother left me, here and—" "Oh, that's terrible," the little girl said sympathetically. There was a brief silence between them. Everyone was thinking about something different, or maybe just admiring the setting sun. However, soon the girl jumped up, giving her smile to the boy for some reason. She motioned for him to get up, he doubtfully, but obeyed. "And then a pendant is put on his neck. I want to give it to you. Let it be here, near your heart," the blue-eyed woman pointed to the left side of her chest. "Let him become a support for you. You can always remember the brother who left you. And as long as you remember about him, he will always be there for you." The boy listened attentively and breathlessly to the girl's speech, clutching the pendant in his small palm. For some reason, moisture was gathering in my eyes, but shedding tears in front of a girl, in no case. "Thank you, how are you? Oh, I'm sorry, I have to run, otherwise they'll grab. Promise me we'll meet again one day, okay?" The blue-eyed girl smiled at last, kissed the boy on the cheek and ran away, waving her hand. "I promise." However, no matter how much the boy was waiting for her at the pier, she never came again. At the same time, he always clutched a necklace in his hand, remembering not only his older brother, but also this strange girl who supported him. And he promised himself that he would never forget her, no matter what it cost him. Sasuke was lying on the bed, holding in front of him the very pendant that Uzumaki had given him. At that time, he was looking for this girl for a long time, but no one knew anything, and he himself could not continue searching because of studying at the academy, where he expected to meet her, after the team and the mission, and then career growth and work at the Umbu. However, Naruto, I still forgot you. But, as then, you appeared unexpectedly when I least believed in a miracle. I have another reason to protect you at all costs. One day before the main events from today, the fair began to work, which will last all week. True, people still believed that nothing bad would happen, but the shinobi, who were told an approximate plan of how to behave during the holiday, understood that they could die tomorrow evening. At least that's what they really thought. However, the festive mood was not spoiled. Everyone started walking in the morning, some in the afternoon, but most in the evening, when the bright sun had almost set over the horizon, giving the fair a certain piquant note. There were rows of various shops, starting with all kinds of food, ending with games and several tents with prizes. The people ate, played, and had fun, not really worrying about anything. Sasuke, who guards a certain area of the territory, carefully examines everyone with a Sharingan through a mask. After all, Naruto was never able to recognize the enemy's face, although she always said only one thing: one of his hands was stuffed with eyes, because of which it was easy to recognize the dojutsu of the Uchiha clan. However, where this villain got so many of them is unknown. But it instilled a bit of fear. You never know how and what he got. Umbu made his way into a closed part of the clan a few years ago. There I also found a pedestal that opens a secret room deep in the basement. In the vast library found, books and scrolls stirred the mind. It turns out that almost every owner of the Sharingan has its own properties and forms. Then there was a list of those who revealed unusual eye shapes. At that time, Uchiha did not understand why these records were kept, but now, if we still assume that Danzo has at least some of them, he really is the monster against whom you need to fight. The main thing is to survive all eye techniques. They fall asleep for many years. Each gift has its own number. Captain. The voice sounded through the fog, so Sasuke jerked out of surprise, almost crippling his comrade. Next to him was another Umbu in a vulture mask. Is everything quiet? Yes. Hokage-sama asked me to tell you that I will be on duty for the rest of the evening instead of you, and you must come to her, the kite replied, standing at attention. Good. Nothing suspicious has happened yet, but keep an eye out. The comrade only nodded, after which he took the captain's place, and Sasuke disappeared into the cotton. Tsunade was standing near the window in her office, looking into the distance. Her brown eyes darted from side to side, as if looking for someone. With a dejected sigh, she turned to face the hawk, measuring him with a hard look. Is something wrong? Sasuke asked, frowning because of Godame's condition. Nothing like that. In general, you can be free for today. After receiving a slightly inhibited affirmative nod, the woman continued, and one more thing, don't be surprised suddenly if you meet someone. That's it, go have fun. Invite Naruto, or something. Her sly look from under her brows was unsettling, but Sasuke steadfastly withstood it, bowed and disappeared, appearing not far from his house. It is worth changing into ordinary clothes and, as Hokage said, invite Naruto to take a walk, although she's already at the party. Okay, separately with me, and now only Deidara makes up her company. Naruto was having a great time with her brother, who never stopped telling funny stories about life in Akatsuki. There were so many stories that Uzumaki did not have time to memorize them, although she never suffered from forgetfulness. Probably, it was because her thoughts were still far away, where Sasuke was now. The girl was very upset when the captain of the Umbu suddenly announced that the whole holiday would be busy patrolling the territory, and then sitting in one place at all. Deidara was not at a loss, offered his company instead of Uchiha, although he still understood that it was not his sister who would like to see next to him. Naru. Everything is fine with him, you will meet soon, I'm sure, Day says, putting his arm around his sister's shoulders. She trustingly leans her head on his shoulder, sadly exhaling. I would like that. What's with the screeching? The bijou bearer grimaced, turning around and immediately freezing. Tsukuri, who had already witnessed such screams once, immediately realized who showed up for the holiday. The captain of Umbu himself is Uchiha Sasuke. The said one calmly went his way, guided only in one direction. And at the end of this direction, one blue-eyed blonde is waiting for him, and I don't care that another blue-eyed blonde is standing next to him, grinning. The screeching never stopped. There were even those who brazenly hung on the hands of a brunette. However, they were then given such a cold look that it just gave them goosebumps. But the admiring cries did not stop until the first handsome man of the village reached the final goal. Hello, Naruto. I'm a little late, the dark-haired man's velvety voice sounded, after which he nodded in greeting to the second blonde. He smiled, nodding in response. Hello. I didn't expect you to show up anymore, Uzumaki said in embarrassment, smiling softly. Who is this girl? I don't think she was in the village before, another fan echoed the first. She speaks so familiarly with Sasuke-kun himself. The third was indignant. And they look good, another one quietly admired. What the hell? Everyone was indignant, except two. What are you shouting about? Deidara couldn't stand it, shouting at the crowd of girls. Why the hell is my Sasuke-kun talking to this blonde slut? The girl whose hair was pink said indignantly. Have you tried asking him about it? Tsukuri asked his question, folding his arms over his chest. The pink-haired woman blinked in bewilderment, not fully understanding the essence of the question. Some fans laughed at the stupid girl, while two of them looked at the blonde in a strange way. Naruto-chan? Two girls exclaimed, looking at Uzumaki in shock. She turned her head in the direction from which the voices came. Hinata? Ino? It happened a year before the academy. While collecting flowers to make wreaths out of them for the store, Ino once saw a slightly depressed girl near a small lake who was trying to weave, but either they didn't really explain the weaving process to her, or she just made a mistake somewhere. But the blonde baby did not give up, repeating over and over again. And then Yamanaka remembered how some villagers had said all sorts of nasty things about her. But could this bright girl have done something bad? Ino has always been curious, so she decided to get closer, and maybe even make friends. She does not seem to be either a monster or a monster, which were mentioned in fairy tales. Just an ordinary blonde girl about 5 years old. The blonde turned around. Apparently, she heard her footsteps. Yamanaka felt a little uneasy, the stranger's blue eyes were too suspiciously narrowed. What, you decided to make fun of me too? She muttered, turning away and trying to weave again. But nothing came out, so with a contrite and offended bite on her lip, the girl threw away the collected flowers. Ino giggled softly into her fist. Oh, no patience. You're probably just doing something wrong, so it doesn't work out. Didn't your mom teach you? Asked the blonde, whose hair tone was paler than the stranger's. She just shook her head. Not everyone you meet will admit that, do you want me to teach you? In response, an uncertain nod of the head. Yamanaka, as a specialist in this matter, quite quickly, intelligibly and briefly explained the principle of operation. And when it came time to try, it turned out that it was only necessary to push an unfamiliar girl in the right direction so that she could understand everything, that's all. And while she was enthusiastically weaving wreaths, the girl with blue eyes was looking at the aforementioned person in full. And the first thing Ino immediately noticed were the scars mustaches that decorated the children's cheeks. The little girl was clearly her age, or so. It worked. The blonde shouted joyfully, lifting 2 wreaths to chest level. She smiled a little sheepishly, turning her head to Yamanaka. Thank you for helping. You're welcome. Now, let's hurry up. You probably wanted to give them to your parents. I'm sure they will praise you, the future kunoichi said, smiling back. However, the interlocutor's smile turned from joyful to bitter. Did I say something wrong? I don't think they'll appreciate my efforts, she muttered softly, hoping they wouldn't hear. Why? You tried so hard. Do you have bad parents? No, they're good. Maybe. It's just that they're not with me. Oh, on a mission, right? Both of them? The stranger shrugged her shoulders. Perhaps this can be called a mission, because they are watching over her from heaven. Isn't that right? Ino was just about to ask something again when she heard an uncertain girly voice behind her. Oh, I'm sorry, Ino-chan, I didn't notice you, the newcomer apologized. Nothing, Hinata. Did you want something? Am I called home? Yamanaka asked, looking for her basket of flowers. No, I'm just, Hyuga, isn't it? The stranger clarified, coming closer. Oh, so you're Hinata. Thank the Buddha that you're all right, the girl smiled gently. Why yes. I wanted to thank you. You saved me from the boys the day before yesterday. Hyuga Hinata, nice to meet you. That's how, and I was already beginning to think what could have happened here between you after all. Yamanaka Ino, nice to meet you. Well. I'm glad that everything went well. Thanks again, Ino. Naruto Uzumaki, nice to meet you. The 3 new friends laughed merrily, chatted a little, then went home. And only Naruto came to the cemetery late at night, laying wreaths on her parents' tombstone. Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato. We remember, we love, we grieve, that's how it was. A little unusual, isn't it? Naruto said in embarrassment, looking at the guy. Indeed. If you remember, Ino was also looking for you the first time at the academy. She asked all the teachers, but they had no idea. Then she apparently resigned herself, Uchiha shrugged, remembering the distant past. That's how. Wait, what does "to" mean? Uzumaki did not understand, already looking at the brunette in surprise. Damn, I let it slip, the Sharingan owner mentally kicked himself. How to explain? I overheard your conversation yesterday, where you were discussing the pendant, and, yes, there was a case. I wonder if that boy remembers me and what's with him now. Nara mumbled a little excitedly, looking up at the night sky. Fireworks are due to be launched soon. I think he's fine. And yes, he remembers you perfectly, Sasuke said, pulling out a pendant from under Yukado. Yes, where are you from? The demon carrier interrupted, unbelievers looking at the pendant that remained from her father. She slowly came closer, bringing to her eyes the pendant that was once given to a little boy. The girl raised her head, meeting Uchiha's black eyes, which, because of the darkness, became absolutely bottomless. Naruto looked into them for a long time, recognizing more and more in Sasuke the same boy who almost cried that day on the pier. And how did she not guess earlier? Sasuke. Why didn't you say something earlier? Uzumaki replied hoarsely, hugging the brunette. He raised an eyebrow in surprise at the spontaneous tenderness on the part of the blonde, but only hugged in response. To be honest, I didn't remember. After your conversation with Day, something clicked in my head, and I remembered the events of that day. However, now I understand that you yourself did not understand something. The day I said that my brother had left me, I meant that he had abandoned me. And you probably thought he was dead. In a way, it's true, he died for the Uchiha clan. But I think if I could meet him, I would talk about everything first. After all, he's my older brother, Umbu replied with a sad grin. The first stars began to appear in the sky, and a few seconds later the first charges of fireworks. The first day of the holiday is over. However, the couple did not notice that someone was perched on the tree behind them. The presence of a person was felt for some time, and the black eyes of an unfamiliar person stared at them steadily. You both have grown into wonderful people, Nachan, Ototo. Day of main events. Naruto was anxious. Today is her birthday, as well as the day when everything will either begin or finally end. After all, who knows what will actually happen? Her visions were just a guess, but she hoped that everything would be fine. She believes it. Or trying to believe. Being in the kitchen and preparing breakfast for the sleeping guys, Uzumaki was in thoughts that darted from side to side. It all started with assumptions for tonight, ending with Sasuke's unexpected question yesterday. Jinchuriki blushed. And why did she remember that now? After preparing breakfast and leaving it on the table, the girl headed out of the house. Yesterday she managed to arrange with Ino and Hinata about a little walk in the fresh air. So she changed in advance into red breeches, a t-shirt and a black jacket on top. Not all the time in a kimono to hang around. After meeting friends, all three went to a much more secluded place to talk about everything, gossip and remember the carefree time when they were children. Naru, when it was her turn, immediately warned that the information was a little not for their ears, but she did not want to hide it from her best friends. Hyuga and Yamanaka exchanged glances with each other and nodded, agreeing to listen carefully to the once-lost friend. An hour and a half later, everything was told when Ino suddenly smiled slyly and began to look at Uzumaki in a strange way. She perplexedly turned her gaze to Hinata, who also did not understand anything, but guessed, then back to the owner of medical techniques. What kind of views, Ino? Naruto finally couldn't stand it. Nini, Naru-chan, won't you tell us, your friends, what is the relationship between you and Sasuke? The Biju carrier digested the received information for half a second, then instantly blushed to the laughter of the blonde. Ino-chan, aren't you a member of his fan club? The owner of the Byakugan asked. Oh, it's just a cover. Yes, at first I was really interested in Sasuke, but then somehow it burned out. So Naru, he's all yours. Well, except for Sakura, who clearly marks herself in the role of his wife, Yamanaka replied, carefully picking flowers. Oh, is that the pink-haired one from yesterday? I don't think that with such a hair color and selfish behavior, she will somehow interest Sasuke, Uzumaki shrugged, unknowingly already weaving a wreath. Her friends looked at her with kind smiles on their lips. However, I'm a little confused right now. Why not? Hinata asked, joining the wreath, making society. Well, a lot of things turned out yesterday, and Sasuke. He asked, and I quote, when this whole situation is over, will you become my girlfriend? And I did. I do not know what to answer, Jinchuriki said, hanging her head. And then she felt a blow to her blonde skull. For what? For unnecessary thoughts. For a long time, working side by side, I have already managed to get to know the character of Sasuke, as our teams often went on missions together. He is not the kind of person who will just throw words to the wind and, no, Ino-chan, I think Naru-chan meant something else. Really? Hyuga gave her thin voice, trying at the same time to calm her rebellious friend. Yes. I've already explained to you what can expect us tonight. I'm afraid I won't have time to confess or become his girlfriend. That we won't have time to be together as a couple. That everything could fail and eternal hell would begin. I'm just afraid, I'm afraid, Uzumaki said through the tears that began, hugging the aforementioned. The two friends looked at each other anxiously, immediately starting to calm the girl down. It seems that everything is really more serious than their friend told them. But no matter how much Naruto was afraid, the evening still came into its own, adding even more excitement to the girl's heart. But no matter how she asked her friends to hide in a safe place, they flatly refused to leave her. Sasuke was smiling under the mask. Thank the Buddha, they are really the best and reliable friends. And it also seems that one Uzumaki will even become related. It's not for nothing that Deidara looked at each other strangely after the morning tantrum, with Hinata. And Hyuga, in fact, also looked at the blonde. Oh, poor Hayashi, the eldest daughter's heart was stolen by a former Nuke-nin. Poor. Although his gaze darted to the girl whom he himself had recently suggested dating. Umbu sighed imperceptibly. Yes, it will be hard for him too. Naruto kept up a conversation with her friends, trying to hide the fact that she was a little unnerved by Sasuke's gaze, which literally bored into her back. But she also understood that she couldn't ignore him forever. And loyal friends, having interpreted everything correctly, pushed the captain into their arms, whistling, saying, "We have nothing to do with this." The Biju wearer from under the bangs already looked into the eyes of Uchiha, who pushed the mask aside. Sasuke, I don't want to lie to you, I want to be your girlfriend, but let's get this mess sorted out first, and then, she began to pronounce Uzumaki with a patter, stammering, not noticing how the brunette was smiling, looking at her throwing. And in order to drown out the flow of unnecessary, at the moment, information, I did what I wanted for a long time. Shut up the girl in an effective way, with a kiss. And it's good that they are standing in the alley, and they themselves are blocked by loyal friends. Naruto didn't even immediately realize what had happened. A pulse of a peculiar current ran through the body, except that it was much more pleasant than from the present. She is kissed by Uchiha Sasuke, the one who, from the first meeting that took place at the pier, fascinated her exactly as he was. Let the grumbler, even with a difficult character, but she is not a fool. They seem like a wonderful couple after all, don't they? Someone else's cough was heard, signaling that they were slightly carried away. Sasuke, even out of anger that they were interrupted, turned on the lanterns, as Medi once said. However, there were 3 good people nearby who would definitely never betray. The girls giggled on the sidelines, and Deidara only arched an eyebrow, thereby asking. Uzumaki only shyly hid her eyes at the base of the neck of the guy who was automatically hugging his girlfriend. Okay, turn off the headlights. We won't say anything, but if there were other people? Sharingan, and there are no problems? No, Uchiha, it's not going to work that way. My sister will be next to me during the event, and the Uchiha clan from Hyuga will also be attached nearby. It looks like Tsunade-sama has brainwashed Hayashi well. So we have more support than you think, Tsukuri grinned, pulling his sister out of the clutches of Umbu. Smiling one last time, Naruto followed her brother and her friends. Uchiha stood for a minute and did not move, after which he returned the mask to his face, disappearing with a pop. We should hurry to collect the Umbu, the Hokage will still check them all. However, against his will, his lips spread into a small sincere smile. And what does love do to a person? Everyone is standing on the widest range, where the festive concert should begin, at least it should have. However, the time has already struck 9, and nothing is happening. Dissatisfied people began to whisper, and those who were quickly preparing for the operation began to get nervous. What if everything goes wrong? In the distant bushes, behind thick trees, some members of the former Akatsuki organization hid together with the Toad Hermit. It was immediately clear from their frowning expressions that they were also not flattered by this delay. Itachi, what do you think? If Danzo is behind all this, then we should expect everything. And if Nachan's predictions are correct, we are in full, ahem. Uchiha replied, scanning the area with a higher Sharingan. By the way, why do you call Naruto Nachan? Asked again the question of Jiraiya, who began to worry about it yesterday. There are reasons for that, Itachi said laconically, visibly straining. Get ready. Be prepared for anything. Itachi, you remember that, began the second Uchiha, whose identity was never revealed to the hermit. Yes, sure, I remember what you were talking about then. All right, quiet. At this time, the curtain began to move away. People started clapping, waiting for the presenter. However, none other than Shimura Danzo took the stage. Few people knew him, but those who knew him wondered what the elder advisor was doing here. Today marks the 18th anniversary of the victory over the Nine-Tailed. However, it is today that he will be finally destroyed by me personally. I will sacrifice the Jinchuriki Kubi, Uzumaki Naruto. Danzo's hoarse voice was heard. Come on, Naruto, come to me. Why should I approach you? I just explained. But if you didn't hear me, no, I heard perfectly well, but I'm not going to die so that you, the murderer of my parents, will get the Kubi later, Uzumaki said loudly, stepping forward a little. People watched, listened, and were surprised. At first, the words of the advisor were shocked, then the girl, who is a Jinchuriki, by her lack of veneration. And now she's calling this old man a murderer. What's going on in the village anyway? God, honey, who told you such a stupid thing? Shimura was naturally surprised, although he was indignant inside. Who blabbed? That's what you said, the kurama bearer pretended to be an innocent lamb. After walking a few more steps, she continued, you yourself said that you did not send help to my parents on purpose in time. After all, it's easier to manage children without parents. You yourself confessed this to the elders, however, they will not be able to confirm it, since someone cut them into pieces. I wonder who it could be. Girl, do you even know what you're talking about? Are you accusing me, of letting your parents be killed? Do you even know who it is? Danzo said, quietly unwinding his hand. As it turned out, Itachi was closely watching all the movements of the old man, so he noticed something that was not obvious to the others. Of course. My parents are Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato. Silence hung over the training ground for a minute. All the people gathered began to process the information received, trying to compare the facts. Firstly, she really looks something like the fourth, at least in the color of her hair and the same piercing blue eyes. Secondly, such performances, where you go ahead, recall the character of Kushina, who was a real devil in adolescence. Thirdly, if she really is the child of the above, this explains the fact that there was a baby on the spot. Comparing these facts, most people who had a head on their shoulders already looked at Danzo with disbelief. The same was quietly angry, realizing that in this conversation he came out far from the winner. But now he doesn't have to hide. Now both the fox and the girl will be his. I don't care what you say. If you don't want to volunteer, we'll make you. The old man shouted, opening his right eye to the people. Sharingan versus Sky Blue Eyes. The battle was not long. The girl straightened up and calmly began to move towards the stage. People parted in front of her, some even tried to stop her, realizing what this one could do, crazy. But Naruto was moving forward, not looking around. Meanwhile, in the bushes, Jiraiya was trying to get out of hiding and kick this old man up to the most do not spoil. But they were held by former students from all sides. Itachi also stared at the hand, trying to predict the beginning of any technique. The second Uchiha did the same thing, only followed the eye. Danzo, in addition to manipulating the girl, looked in the direction of the Uchiha, who, however, did not even move. Are they also waiting for a good moment to seize control of the Jinchuriki? But Fugaku was looking at him with a grin, as if saying, "You've already lost. And now I will burn the girl in flames to bring prosperity to our almighty village," said the advisor, as if tying and setting fire to Naruto. Although he was actually trying to take her backstage. "Danzo, are you going somewhere?" Hokage's mocking voice was heard. He turned around and saw that all the people were looking in their direction, and not at the illusion. How so? So someone interrupted her? If you want to know who interrupted, I will answer this question. "I did it because your eye was mine," said a second voice, this time male. And if the first words did not touch anything in the old man's head, then the last ones stirred up. "No, he killed him himself." Uchiha Shursui, 100 points to you, Danzo-sama. You are as perceptive as ever, Uchiha continues mockingly, clapping his hands and looking continuously at the enemy. People are slowly being led away by Hokage's subordinates so that there are no unnecessary victims. This is someone's illusion or substitution. You died, you were killed. And you should know, because it was you who tried to kill. Go ahead, Shursui said, and Danzo did not understand what the last remark was about. However, he felt that his body was shackled, looked around. Uzumaki was standing side by side, and silver chains were coming out of her body, which blocked his movements. You're under control. Kyubi should have been grateful to me. I tried to free him. Shimura shouted, trying to free himself and reach at least with his fingers to the other hand. He is already free, since my 4th birthday. You didn't guess when you thought I was stupid, you didn't guess when you started calling my parents names, you didn't guess that Kyubi is in chains and craves freedom. He quite walks all night with his girlfriend, the Biju bearer said with a grin. Kyubi is too strong for you, brats. And I would have reined in and found a use for it. Which one? Said Onuchi. And we are no longer chasing power. We don't need that, said Fugaku, who came up. Fugaku. I knew that it was necessary to force Itachi to cut your entire clan to the ground, but he resisted. So he pinned Shursui's murder on him, so he left. And where is he now, your eldest? The old man chuckled, looking at the shocked man. However, at the same moment, he felt the steel of kunai on his neck. You called me, didn't you, Shimura Danzo? The supreme Sharingan was burning in the evil and cold eyes. In front of him stood Uchiha Itachi, the nightmare of all his dreams. Further events spun in a rapid cycle. Shimura denied to the last that he was innocent and he was framed. Tsunade only laughed at this in her fist, after which she called on 2 Umbu to take the criminal to prison with strong chakra locks for the time being. However, as soon as they touched Danzo, he grinned, broke out of the chains and unwound the bandages on his right arm to the end. Umbu collapsed on the floor of the stage. There were at least 10 Sharingans of different shapes on the hand, which frightened both the number and the techniques that these very eyes could possess. Turning to Jinchuriki, who stood and stared in shock at the murderer of her parents, and kept repeating, it was still him, him. Shimura grinned, so the girl was lying about not being able to predict anything. However, both Uchiha, Sasuke and Itachi, grew up on his path at once. Nagato and Deidara, who was already secretly sculpting his art, fell in behind. Using the first eye, Danzo plunged others into their own fears, hoping that half of the opponents would immediately collapse. However, the old man made a mistake again, no one fell unconscious on the ground. Shursui applies his secret technique, which was developed even with the use of one eye. Plunging him into his own unpleasant dreams, Uchiha covers his eye, from which blood flowed. Tsunade immediately runs up to him, healing the damage. Naruto comes out of his stupor, starting to release the chains again, trying to restrain Danzo. But it turned out to be an illusion, and the first eye closed on his hand. At the same time, the second one somehow lit up strangely, but did not have time to do anything, as Sasuke and Itachi, using lightning and Amaterasu, cut off their right hand and burned it in black flames. Shimura howled, bleeding profusely. There is only one eye left, which contains the strongest technique of Shursui, Kodo Amatsukami, which will once and for all subordinate the will of Jinchuriki, and the battle will go the other way around. She is against a bunch of Uchiha. Meeting Naruto's gaze, Danzo whispered his last hope for a bright future. Kodo Amatsukami. Kill all the Uchi. The Uchiha froze, not understanding how it happened. Uzumaki stood motionless for a while, then raised her eyes, which turned red, starting to move towards the aforementioned in the order. When she reached the old man, the girl suddenly stopped, turned to face him, smiled, and with the help of the wind chakra blew off his head. She didn't tell anyone, but she was good with the wind element from birth. Therefore, it was not particularly difficult to concentrate and do what happened recently. However, over the past few minutes, using chains and the element of wind, transforming it into a sharp cleaver, has been very exhausting. Therefore, it is not surprising that the body rebelled, and the legs stopped holding. She would have fallen if the gentle and dear hands that managed to catch her. Looking into the Rinnegan of her fellow clan member, the girl smiled with the last of her strength, departing for the realm of dreams. The awakening was loud. Naruto immediately realized from the voices that Deidara was shouting, his friends were supporting him, and the voices of two of Fugaku's sons were also heard, speaking against him. Uzumaki did not understand what the dispute was about. But her coughing attracted attention, which caused the screams to stop immediately. However, the girl did not know whether to cry or rejoice, because she was hugged so tightly and strongly that there was barely enough air. The Uchiha nodded in greeting, then left. And only finally Sasuke threw a tender look at his girlfriend. Deidara told about everything that happened after she passed out. For days had passed, so there was something to tell. The residents were told the whole truth about her, and about the elders with Danzo, about their machinations. Of course, it's either good or nothing about the dead, but Tsunade felt that the truth should come out. The Hokage also provided documents where it was written whose daughter she was. So for the first few days, people crowded around her room, going to apologize for everything. But since Naruto did not wake up in any way, the people, out of remorse and guilt, decided to shower her with gifts as a sign of repentance. Even those who had been looking after her for all these years came, except without Renee. She proudly turned up her nose, saying that this fool does not deserve all this, neither fame, nor recognition, nor compassion. Well, Godame threw her out of the village. And she just blinked and did not understand why she was sent to another place of residence. It also turned out that the parents left quite a pretty house and a fortune to live with their children and grandchildren for a long time. Deidara grinned, saying that she and Sasuke would have to try to make this house filled with the joyful cries of the kids. For which, of course, he was beaten with pillows not only from Naru, but also from Ino and Hinata. The latter, by the way, blushing, admitted that she decided to try to start a relationship with Tsukuri. Still, he is cute, and gives the impression of a good and reliable person. Hayashi, Hinata's father, screamed and screamed, long and hard. For about half a day he splashed everything out on the eldest daughter, who was shamefacedly drilling the floor, and on Deidara, who unshakably looked straight into the eyes of the future father-in-law. After the aforementioned time, Hyuga already looked with respect at the future possible son-in-law, who never looked away and was firm in his beliefs. So I gave the go-ahead to try. But before a possible wedding, no. Tsukuri nodded gravely, gave his hand to his girlfriend, and they went out together. After such a tirade, the newly made couple walked the rest of the day, enjoying the holiday, which, despite everything, continued. Ino, in turn, admitted that she met Shisui, to whom Tsunade returned the second eye that Danzo had once torn out. It took a long time to suffer. After all, it was not easy to restore the eye that had been lost for a long time, but together with Sakura, who still turned out to be also a student of the fifth, and Ino herself, they were able to regain their eyesight and the Uchiha Sharingan. The operation was carried out almost as soon as they finished with the advisor, who was burned and scattered the ashes. So towards the next evening, Shisui woke up, that is, 2 days ago. Sakura, who in some unprecedented way suddenly realized that Sasuke was not shining for her, decided to switch to the patient. When he woke up and saw a pink spot in front of him, he was very scared, thinking that he had died after all and found himself in a paradise for pigs. Yamanaka, like her friends now, laughed wildly, not even hiding it. Calming down, Deidara took the floor again. The next morning, when Shisui woke up, Tsukuri came to check on him. He felt fine already, but sometimes the eye made itself felt, occasionally tingling. And then suddenly he turned the conversation towards the female representatives. Dei confessed that he had found a girl from the Hyuga clan. Uchiha looked shocked with his only open eye so far, after which he said that he clearly did not expect this. Deidara laughed, then asked him. He suddenly blushed, squeezing out of himself that he liked one girl. Blonde with blue eyes and a beautiful smile. Is this the one that recently left you after checking your eye? Deidara asked, looking intently at his friend. He nodded shyly, confirming the guesses. You're lucky, I know her. Yamanaka Ino. A nice girl, is a friend of my Hinata and sister. Shisui already looked at his friend with interest, asking for all the available information. Brother and sister and Hinata looked at each other cheerfully, chuckling softly, looking at Ino, who was slowly blushing. After a few more minutes of talking about nothing, the visitors left, wishing them a speedy discharge. Uzumaki did not notice how she lay back on the bed, immediately falling asleep. 2 days later Uzumaki was discharged. During this time, Tsunade was able to restore the situation in the village, so everything was already normal. All the clans have healed the same as before. Uchiha could now live for their own pleasure, not controlled by anyone, but not going to get out of bounds. Hokage signed a blood contract with the top of the clan. The holiday is over. Everything was getting back on track. When she came home, she found both Uchi brothers in the kitchen. They sat opposite each other in absolute silence. Am I interrupting? They turned to the voice, smiling slightly at the girl. A little later it turned out that they could not talk about the main thing in any way. After listening to both of Fugaku's sons, Naruto exploded in indignation. She accused the younger one of not being able to talk openly with her brother in any way. The elder is that he always hides everything from his brother, as well as that he hid some moments in her memory. By the way, Kurama recently reminded her of this. Even as a child, at the age of 7, he noticed that there were some fragments of memory that were classified by strong technology. And now, as soon as she was near Itachi, Kyubi noticed the similarity of the chakra. So it turned out that the gift still woke up in childhood, but was blocked by Uchiha. Naruto then just saw a monstrous future if the eldest son of Fugaku had carried out some order. She met him literally after the vision. She told everything, and he, smiling, sealed everything. But I decided, apparently, to abandon the task. That's what it all turned out to be. Leaving the last word behind her, Uzumaki snorted and left the house. She was on her way to her new home, which she inherited from her parents. It needs to be put in order. However, all this was not needed. There was a dome hanging over the territory, which was similar to the barrier over Jiraiya's house. "I was wondering when you'd be here," a man's voice said from behind. Naruto turned around and saw Nagato in front of her. "Well, devils, what do you say in your defense?" An adult girl of about 26 asked, looking menacingly at the children. The 6-year-old twins, except with different hair colors, shyly looked at the floor, and not into their mother's eyes. "Well, yes, they painted the heads of the Kage. Yes, they escaped from the academy from under Uncle Shirsue's nose. Yes, they made a little joke about Sito, the fourth cousin. Yes, they angered Ku and Medi by stealing the foxes for a walk. But nothing so serious happened, did it?" "Mom, we are," the first one began, looking out from under his dark bangs. "Well, we didn't do anything wrong. Just a joke," the girl with the light hair color continued for her brother. The woman exhaled heavily, completely not knowing what to do with these demons. "Nariko, sake, you must understand that you can't do this. How many times have I told you this?" The woman asked herself ruefully, squatting down in front of the children. "Dear ones, you are no longer quite small children, you have a thinking at the level of teenagers. You need to use it usefully, and you spend it on all sorts of unnecessary pranks. I understand everything, but please don't do this again. Okay?" The mother smiled affectionately, patting the children's hair. The twins smiled back, kissed their mother on both cheeks and ran out into the street. Friends were waiting for them there, worried about them. Sake was a quiet, dark-haired boy with dark blue eyes. How it happened, Naruto still did not understand. It is possible that the Uzumaki genes that slept in Naruto itself have come into their own after all. After all, little was known about them at all, so far they believed in this version. Nariko, on the contrary, was a perky and cheerful girl with blonde hair and black eyes. Naru thought for a long time how it happened that the children kept their parents' hair, but changed their eyes. That's really amazing. The former Uzumaki was shocked when, after a year of relations with Sasuke, she was informed that she was pregnant. And even more so after applying the gift. It turned out that she was going to have twins. But Naruto decided not to tell her husband, but to make a surprise. The birth was difficult. But after 12 hours of labor, twins were born. Fraternal twins. Uchiha, who were expecting the birth of a child, fell unconscious due to shock. At least, the male representatives. Sasuke is like the father of the family. Itachi, as a supporting link in their lives. Fugaku, who, however, helped in any way he could. And only her friends, her brother and Mikoto smiled happily, congratulating her father on the addition. However, he never heard it, as he fell to the floor senseless. At first it was difficult. Especially with Nariko. She always fell asleep in her father's arms, sometimes at her mother's. There were no difficulties with Sake, he was always quiet and calm. But Naruto was worried about this until Tsunade explained that such behavior in children is rare, but it occurs. Well, as always, damn, she distinguished herself, the former Uzumaki muttered to Bachan's explanations. Someone's affectionate male hands hugged her from behind, pulling the blonde out of the chains of memories. A light and gentle kiss on the neck, cheek-to-cheek contact. The former Jinchuriki smiled. Yes, her husband has finally returned from a mission. "Hi, I'm glad to see you," the Uchiha already said, returning the kiss. "Did the kids do it again? What is it this time?" Sasuke asked, taking his wife to the side of the sofas, sitting side by side. A little of everything. How's the mission? Is the team cohesive? It's fine. The kids are smart, funny, almost like our devils, Uchiha smiled, exhaling with relief. What have you heard about relatives? Deidara is too worried. He says it's hard for Hinata to walk, even though it's only the 5th month. Well, logically speaking, you'd think she'd have twins. I tried asking her, but Hina just smiles. And I don't want to use a gift for this purpose, let there be a surprise. That's right. Day, if I remember, made fun of me, even though he helped me get along with 2 at first. Now let him suffer himself, Sasuke mutters the last words to himself, continuing to listen enthusiastically to the latest news in the village. Itachi practically does not leave his second child. Karen once whispered that she was worried about his condition. I asked you to check it later, otherwise you never know what. Ino makes a fuss, says he's afraid to give birth. But Shursui helps in every way and is always there, so I think everything will be fine. And she's about to give birth the other day. I would like to see my godson or goddaughter as soon as possible, Naruto finished dreamily, flying somewhere into her thoughts. Yes. I managed to go to them. Sure said that it was hard for him, but he loves Ino. He's not going anywhere from her, and from the child, Uchiha said, hugging his wife. As, however, and I, and Itachi, and Day. Even Yahiko and Nagato. By the way, what's wrong with them? Yahiko managed to mention that he was going with his family to the village of Rain, to check on other, former members of the Akatsuki. Yes. Yahiko left with Konan and his 2 sons for his homeland. And Nagato. To be honest, from that very day, 8 years ago, I was most worried about him. Friends are comrades together, now they have already got children. Anyway, Rinnegan is not to be trifled with. They were afraid of him, I remember how they looked at him. But now I'm glad that there was still such a person as Shizen Senpai. She was able to prove that she could withstand everything to be near him. And it's good that you came up with that idea, moving them to your last home. It was very noble, Naruto smiled softly, snuggling closer to her husband. They're not strangers after all. And I'm really happy for Nagato. How's the fox? What's going to happen to him? Lives a free life with Medi in our forest of death. There are a lot of animals there, so everything is fine with them. Medi, by the way, is waiting for the 3rd brood of foxes in all these 8 years. I think a few more times and the village of List will have the largest population of demon foxes, the Uchiha giggled into her fist. In parallel, she was thinking about how to present another piece of news to her husband. By the way, Sasuke began, looking slyly at his, of course, most beloved wife, is there anything you want to tell me? For example, about me becoming a father again? The former Uzumaki looked in surprise into the black eyes, but soon came to her senses, laughing merrily. Of course, Sharingan sees all the chakra flows. She hugged and kissed her lover, smiling happily. Surprise, well, that's it, dear friends, this is the end.